and he wants even more power. In 2022, Thiel's investment in hand-picked far-right candidates, some of whom he nurtured for years, shaped the narrative for the entire election.
J.D. Vance will be the next Republican senator. A victory for Peter Thiel, who spent millions backing J.D. Vance.
But Thiel wasn't always on top of the world. In 1996, Peter Thiel was lost, a law school graduate and the author of a middling book on the dangers of diversity.
The problems of racism, sexism, other forms of oppression have been vastly exaggerated.
But then he found something: venture capital. In just a few short years, Thiel took $1 million investment from friends and family and created a massive amount of wealth for himself. Lots of tech founders say they're going to change the world. It's a big part of the VC shtick. But Thiel is different.
Our goal was nothing less than to replace the US dollar by creating a new digital currency.
For him, it wasn't about making a pitch sound good to investors. It was about using the philosophy of venture capital investing to forcibly shape the world to his liking. And the world Peter Thiel wants to create is chilling and rooted in VC philosophy. Monopolization, anti-democratic ideology, and absolute power for corporations over American working people. This is The Classroom from More Perfect Union, and today we're looking at how Peter Thiel got rich, and what it means for the rest of us. Growing up, Peter Thiel was like a classic nerd trope, obsessed with D&D and sci-fi. Not just Star Wars and Star Trek, but the real stuff. Clark, Asimov, Heinlein. He was a chess star, and the head of the math team. Thiel's good grades and familial wealth earned him a spot at Stanford University, for undergrad and law school, where he got into his first venture, an alternative student newspaper aimed at conservatives, the Stanford Review. The publication was Thiel's response to what he perceived as a takeover by the politically correct. It seemed designed to offend, calling the school sexual.
I hate left-wing people sometimes. They're just like, hey, what's up, Most Dope? What's up, Dunbar? What's up, Slav? They're just like cunts. They're just so like happily, like just cunty. But like, no feeling to like be accurate or like I was watching a video today. Wait, what did he say again?
Earned him a spot at Stanford University for undergrad and law school, where he got into his first venture, an alternative student.
Oh, that's right. Because he was talking about like PC shit or whatever the fuck, and he's like, it's like they just go like, ugh. You're like, no, why do like? I don't know. I mean, they're masters at skewing the narrative. I will say that, like left wing, and I'm not trying to say all left wing people, because I will say in this day and age, it go Irish. Thank you for the pregame show. Oh hell yeah! When's the game at? I saw Shane on my Twitter feed talking to Pat McAfee, so I'm assuming there's a Notre Dame. Notre Dame. I'm assuming there's a Notre Dame game. That's okay. I was like, wait, what am I fucking up? Notre Dame game is hard to say very quickly for me. They're playing today, right? Yeah. Whenever I open up Twitter and I see Shane talking to McAfee, I go, Notre Dame must be playing today. I actually wanted to fucking yeah, whatever. Aliens are crying in Juarez because their Infest America CBP one app shut down at noon. Oh, I saw that. I saw a really funny tweet where the dude was like, you can't blame him. And I've talked about it many times before about my view on the border shit, where I don't know. It's complicated. That is very funny. Sorry, I'm very distracted. We're warming up for the pod today. We're getting in the mix. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. But what was I saying? What was I saying a second ago about Oh yeah. There's like a lot of people there. I saw one dude, and I'm sure there's plenty of other people online who are just kind of like, you know, there's some people who are like, this is so horrible. Then there's other people who are like, this is the exact thing we wanted. But yeah, they got to be careful with that, because I didn't think about with that shit, where it's like, you got to imagine there's actually probably a lot of people who are going to openly be like, good, get him the fuck out of here. which I sympathize with to a degree. Like, I sympathize with completely, because it is just, you know, it's, you know, when you just see a bunch of people who don't, you know, what the fuck am I trying to get at? How do I say this without it being able to come off bad? I don't know. I don't hate. I've talked about it before. I don't fucking hate immigrants, but it's just like you just have endless people from third world countries just coming into fucking our nice ass place, bro. You can't have that. I can't have that. And hopefully they can solve the problem in a reasonable way, but you're going to have some bummed out folks. You're going to have some bummed out folks. They're playing Ohio. Andy loves thick Latinas. Ain't no way he's reporting anybody. No, I'm not reporting shit. But I don't know. They should give people options to I'm more concerned about to be perfectly honest, dude, if you're Mexican, let them flow in. I'm in Texas around all the Mexicans. It's all vibes with them. It's all vibes. And honestly, most of them are harder working and dress better than most natural born Americans. So honestly, they earn it more. They deserve it more than us. Dude, like, I was doing fucking, what the fuck was it? I was doing like Instacart at Fiesta. And I'm just like I'm like the one white guy in there. I'm just like a fat white mongrel. And it's just filled with well-dressed Mexican people. And I'm just like, I don't, you know, I'm bad at representing my people. I'm bad at representing my, deport Andy, let them flow in Malafarina. Just the Mexicans, dude. No, for me, it's like, this is going to sound bad, but for me, it's people coming in from certain Muslim countries and it has nothing to do with the being Muslim per se. Because I've talked about this before. I used to live in Jersey. I used to go to CrossFit, and at CrossFit, I was around a shit ton of Muslim people. Because like where I lived in Jersey, it was hard not to be around like Muslims and Indians and shit like that. So it's like, and people always go like, oh, fucking Islam, it's a violent religion, yada, 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 stuff like that. And it's like, my guy, you can, now, don't get me wrong, there's definitely, there's definitely some passages of Islam where I've read them, and I'm like, well, that comes off a little rough, boys, you got to admit. But then, like, at the same time, there's a bunch of American Muslims who are chill as shit. You know what I'm saying? So I think with a lot of that stuff, it's more about how you read the book than what's just flat out in it, if that makes any sense. I just care. I go, how'd you read that? You know what I mean? When you read it, what did you think? Were you like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this shit full blown? Or was it just like, yeah, that's just the fucking book we do. You know what I mean? I'm basically an American. I'll vibe the fuck out. Yeah, so I'm not concerned so much with the Muslims per se. It just happens to be the Muslim countries we bomb to shit. And I gotta be honest too. I've randomly stumbled upon this info in like it was funny, like 2 podcasts and 1 audiobook I was listening to. I kept getting reminded of what was it? It was like in Afghanistan. It was that, and I'm sure it's in a lot of countries, but it was like in Afghanistan, it was that practice of where it's like, we're not gay, but also I have this small 10-year-old boy I rape. And you're like, dude, I think you're something. You might not be gay, but you're something, brother. And it's not good. And we should definitely, hypothetically, whatever I'm allowed to say on all these streaming platforms, maybe I just imply bad things will hopefully happen. But either way, yeah, you're like, I don't know, you mix that where, because there's a lot of places in a lot of the, like every Middle Eastern country has like a mixed bag where, it has a mixed bag of like ultra advanced people, and then it has a bunch of people who like, they still think it's like, I don't know, 1910 or some shit. You know what I mean? To put kindly, they still got a lot of people who need to catch up. If I can put it the nicest way humanly possible. You know what I mean? It's like those countries. So that's why it's like, and I feel like the same thing with like, you'll see a lot of these like Indian immigrants. It's just, you know, if you're like, cause like I said, again, doing CrossFit, I met a million Indian people who are just like regular Americans. It's the kind you see on TikTok that you'll be like, hey, can I get some of that drink from your, from your street cart? And they'll be like, oh, okay. And then they just like pour it through their hand, which I saw Danny Polachek, he posted that video where he was like, POV, you're ordering a drink in India, and he just keeps pouring the drink through his hand. And it made me laugh, but I was also just assuming it was like, it was just racist for the sake of it, just for comedic purposes. And then I made my way over to Indian street vendor TikTok, and you're like, oh, it was actually not that racist and spot on. So yeah, like if you're like, dude, if you're coming over here and you're trying to get Americanized, you're trying to catch the vibe, like I said, you know what I mean? If you take your shoes off at the door, get the hell in here. But if you're, you know, if you got your little fucking 10-year-old boy you raped that doesn't make you gay, you stay over there, dude. Or if you're, you know, if you're a street vendor and you're still pouring the drink through your hand, you can stay over there. It's okay. It's okay. You can stay over there. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? That's sort of my thing. But, and even if there are like a million bajillion super nice people coming through, like, just like, it's just a lot. You just can't. It's like, what other country does that? What other country just lets people roll through, no questions asked, fucking all the time? You can't keep up with that, man. You can't keep up with that. America is a white Christian country. End of story. I was thinking it might be good. Now, I'm not religious. I think if I had to choose ones, I'd probably go Christianity. It's the one that probably makes the most sense with me. But I think it might be smart. I don't know. I don't want like I don't know. I was like toying around with this because there is something to the fact that like a lot of people are NPCs in the world, and I'd rather have people blindly follow I would rather have people blindly follow a religion over blindly follow just like whatever the government says, you know, because that's like a decent check and like if you're just a NPC, I'm not even necessarily saying a dumb person, but like a lot of NPC type people, they just kind of like move through the day. They don't ask a lot of questions. They don't worry about much of anything. You know, they just kind of maneuver through the day and they don't really want to think about stuff. They just kind of want to be like, you know, they want to look, if something happens, they want to know, they want to look over at the thing and they go, oh, that's what I do. And I'd rather have someone just go, you know, they'd be like, oh, something happens. And they look at the 10 Commandments and they're like, all right, gotcha. You know, I'd rather them do that than just go like, what's the government say? And the government's like, well, don't worry. Everything the government does, they'll be like, don't worry, dude, we got it. And then you proceed to find out they don't got it, but you're too propagandized to fully realize they don't got it. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't have a dog in the fight, but for practicality reasons, I almost wish like I feel like it would benefit our country for just becoming more Christian. But like the soft Christian I always talk about, where I always say like, yo, never go full retard. I feel like that applies to a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like if our country, like it wouldn't be like, oh, we create our laws in, it's like we create our, I don't want a thing where it's like, oh, we create our laws in line with Christian doctrines and shit like that. No, I would prefer a government that would like, if we had to have a government, which I think, I don't know, I'm mixed about it. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, but there is part of me where I'm like, I don't know if some of these people can survive without a government. And that's not me saying like, oh, everyone's so fucking stupid. No, there's a lot of smart people that they're just like, nah, dude, I just really, like, no, you can tell, like, no matter what, they're going to be like, well, I just need a government to tell me what to do and to make rules for me. You know what I mean? So it's not about smart or dumb. It's about, passive or it's about people who want to be passive or not in life. But yeah, no, I think like if we had a government, if we have to have a government, let it understand the law in the context of libertarianism. And then when it comes to morality and shit, just have everyone linked up with a soft Christianity version of morality. It doesn't have to be overbearing, but in a perfect world, that's what I think would work the best for America. So many comments, guys. So many comments. What's Slav saying? Are you trying to get Andy's channel suspended? Slav must be wilding out. What's everyone saying? Deport Andy. That was a really funny one. I'm reporting Andy for harboring illegal aliens by not reporting. I'm not harboring no one. But wow, I just joined in during a sentence there. What did I say? Trump is in, free speech is back, in trend, except when mentioning Jews. Yeah, well, one step at a time, boys. Nah, it's more Israel, and people have just been programmed. It is, like, impressively retarded, the discourse coming from, like, the pro-Israeli people. And it's why it's very funny. Something about how American needs to be more Christian. I don't know about needs to. I don't know if I said that. It would benefit. It definitely. Because I think a lot, just to catch you up, Azalea Sarts, whatever your name is, just to catch you up, the thing I was saying before, I don't know, it's the gay Luciferian in me that's like, whoa there. It's really funny. It's just the, oh wait, were you in here a while ago? Yeah, I don't know. I think, it's not so much that I'm like sitting here. Well, this was funny too, because I was talking about this a while before, but like me and Pat got into a whole thing on the pod forever ago about abortion, and he really wasn't seeing where I was coming from. Not hitting the best arguments from my perspective. I'll put it kindly. But regardless, he kept coming at me where he was like, it sounds like you're coming from a sort of religious mindset, which was very weird to me. He said that because I could just go, what about anything I've done lets you know that I'm religious? And I was like, the irony, I didn't say this on the pod, but I thought about it later, and I was like, the irony is like, I would love to be religious, genuinely. It just seemed, I'm like incredibly autistic and incredibly ADD, and I'm all over the place, and I'm always constantly like figuring out, like doing cost benefit analysis on every single fucking thing all the time. And it's just like, it'd be so nice with my type of autism to just have religion, to just be like, well, what do I do? That, but it's just like, dude, I've like looked into it. I don't know if I'm convinced God is real, but I'm saying, and this is where I was coming from, structurally speaking, our country would benefit from people believing in religion more. Just from a structural standpoint, they would benefit from believing in religion just because if you look at the general aspects of Christianity, it's all just like a good way to just keep society moving. If you just look at broadly speaking, if you look at all the stuff like, because everyone will go, everyone will hyper-focus on all the, like, homophobic shit or, like, the anti-gay shit, however you want to put it. And then it's like, yeah, but, like, think about when it was written. Like, think about when it was written. It was in a time where you'd have 10 kids and, like, 6 of them would die, in a really short term. And then what if you found out, like, one of them was gay? You're like, well, we're not going to make it. So they're going to be like, all right, and we'll just, rather than, we'll just put in there, like, you can't be gay. It's like, you sort of think about it from those terms. You like, it sounds weird to say, but you almost understand the practicality of it. And that's like, if you look at a lot of aspects of the Bible, it's like a lot of shit where it's like, dude, just do this. And you're like, well, it'll help society keep it moving. So like, and that's what's going on now, where I feel like people now, they think there's, because if you look at the Bible as, rather than like, oh, this is a book where they thought it was literal. What if What if the Bible was just like the world's oldest self-help book, and people back in the day, they weren't as evolved or as advanced as us, so they did the Bible as stories that you could extrapolate from versus just flat out do this, do this, do that. And then it's like, if you just trick everyone into thinking, you're like, dude, we don't have time to convince people of this. We're just going to trick them into being like, the big man in the sky is going to be scared. The big man in the sky is going to be fucking mad at you if you don't do this shit. So rather than just, you know what I'm saying? Rather than just like convincing people, they're like, fuck it. We're just going to scare the shit out of them. And if you kind of see like, it like from that standpoint, it kind of really shows you the value of religion. Because I was saying before, there's like a lot of people who sort of just, they go through life passive, but at the same time, they're kind of like up their own ass and they think they're fucking, like they think they fucking know everything. But like we've all had those friends where they start talking mad shit to you and it just happens to be a subject you know a fuck ton about. And you're like, oh, you don't even know how stupid you are. And then you just start hitting them with all the facts, but they don't know anything. So what you're saying sounds crazy, but they're not humble enough to, then just like shut the fuck up and take your word for it, or just kind of like hear you, and not even take your word for it, but like hear you out and shit like that. From a getting what you want standpoint, wouldn't it just be great to be like, dude, if you don't listen to me, God's going to be so mad at you and you'll burn in hell forever. That's not necessarily the right thing to do in that example, but it definitely gets you from A to B quicker. And if you look at that from a functionality standpoint, Christianity seems like a decent bet. And if you approach it with, like I always say, it's like they talk about in Tropic Thunder, you never go full retard. Just hit me with like 60 to 75% Christianity, and it would be much more vibes. And then a libertarian legal framework. Yahweh is Lucifer. He didn't make me. Yeah, dude, you can't be talking about Lucifer in here. It's crazy. Andy, you are describing C.S. Lewis mere Christianity. Am I? Of course, Andy is speaking about broads. I love speaking about broads. Interesting. Wait, is that a book? Yeah, C.S. Lewis is an author. I'm sorry. I ignore the chat when I'm in the middle of something, or else I get incredibly distracted. So I appreciate you guys popping off in there. What's it called? Meerkat Christianity? Okay. I'll throw this to the side and try to remember to check it out. Anybody here familiar with Gnosticism? I've heard a bunch of stuff about that. I've heard a bunch of stuff about that. That James Lindsay dude, before I realized he was kind of retarded, he would talk about that, but I don't know a whole lot about that. What is Gnosticism? I need to lose weight. My gut is so big. Oh, no. No. We don't need the 40-minute one. We do not need the 40-minute one. Here we go. 10-minute video. And a guy who draws it.
What is Gnosticism? Etymologically speaking, the word Gnosticism comes from the late Greek word nstikos, which means knowing, or able to discern. Gnosticism can also be viewed from the Greek word gnosis, which means knowledge, or insight. Broadly construed, however, Gnosticism refers to various early Christian sects that claimed direct personal knowledge beyond the gospel, or the church hierarchy. Gnosticism flourished in the 1st century AD among...
Alright, this is not doing it for me. I'm going to look up the Wikipedia. Her AI voice is bothering me. Oh, fuck. I thought it filled in on the thing underneath it. That's how I feel about God, the same way he generally portrays our relationship with AI. The guy behind Narnia, when the teenagers get weapons from Santa Claus, was supposed radical. Everyone has a different take on Gnostics. A lot of what we know about it might be old propaganda. Yeah. That's why I like reading all the Austrian economists and just good free market economists, because I feel like a lot of that stuff helps you, because they just have, all they're worried about is just completely understanding like human action and shit like that, and then how that affects sort of, the market and stuff like that. Because a lot of times, there is this thing a lot of people are realizing. They're like, oh, there's probably like so much of history. There's probably like so much of history that is just not like our popular understanding of it. It's like, dude, you see how, like today, we were talking about, today we saw the thing with Elon Musk. He like basically, like he didn't do a Zig Heil, but he did a Zig Heil. Like, he's not going like, ooh, I'm a Nazi, let me show you my Zig Heil. But in excitement, he threw his hand up in the air, and it looked exact, and he just stumbled upon a Zig Heil. Now, logic would make you realize, like, oh, the guy's just insanely autistic, and he got super excited, and he's, like, fucking retarded. So he just ended up fucking throwing his hand up weird. But, there's other people that are going to take that and go, there, we have proof that Elon Musk is a literal Nazi. And now just like two timelines just split. Two timelines just fucking split. And now there's going to be a pocket of people that are just for the end of time going like, this is when Elon revealed he was a Nazi. And then there's a pocket, and then there's, the more sensible people are going to go, he's just too retarded for his own good. He does stuff like that. Like, usually he's chill, but he just does stuff like that sometimes. But like, so if you just realize stuff like that, like, it makes you then suspect of all other shit. And that's why I just think it's important to, I don't know, I feel like the Austrian economics, like, go to Mises.org, go to, like, all the Murray Rothbard, Mises Institute shit. I feel like it gives you, like, a strong foundation to, like, problem solve or something like that. Like, I'm trying to think of a good example, because I was just watching a thing. I forget what the fuck it was, but I was just watching a thing, and they said something on it, and I just was very quickly was like, oh, it didn't happen like that. You know what I mean? Because you're just like, that's not how. Or it's like, either that didn't happen, or it's very unlikely. Oh, I remember what it was. Like, shit, how many impressions was that? I really would love to be able to make money off of my Twitter. I closed it down. But I had this tweet the other day. I was mad this one didn't go. I get it, though. I was mad, though, this one didn't go that popular. This one irritated the fuck out of me. She goes, you walk into a tattoo shop and this is your artist. What do you do? It's like, what? Like a really hot girl or a really pretty girl who's non-threatening wearing a... And like, dude, this whole thing, by the way, dude, the cheat code of, oh, I'm like a goth girl, but I also like pink stuff. And we're all supposed to be like, oh my God, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. So that's what I was saying, but it didn't go off. But I had this tweet the other day. Where was it? Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, so it's just like, if you just understand, and I'm not saying I'm a fucking expert in anything, but I feel like I get people sometimes. But like, there's sometimes I also am severely autistic and don't. Look up how people salute the American flag before 1932. Well, that was the other thing here, and I'll get into that in a second. But yeah, with this, it's like, I saw this tweet, and she goes, my boss asked me to stay for 10 extra minutes, and I said, this is literally my last shift. You fired me. And all my coworkers looked at me like this. And it's like, and she posted this meme, and it's like, I don't need, Like, I don't have any proof of what I'm saying. But, like, you can just read this and very quickly go, like, oh, she's lying. Because you just read it and you go, like, that's not a thing. You know, that's not a thing. You know, you got fired and then you finished your shift. Like, that never happens. That goes contrary to any... And now, this isn't to say that, like, weird shit doesn't ever happen. Nothing. It's not to say like shit doesn't happen due to shit being purely illogical, but also at the same time, you're like, statistically, this, you know, there's a really, really low chance this bitch is telling the truth. Because it is just like every single job anyone's ever been at, when you get fired, I mean, I guess like are some jobs where they're like, oh, we're letting you go, but we'd like you to stay to the end of the day. I mean, that also too, and well, because those are the two alternatives. You're like, either you're lying or you're telling the truth, and those are the two options. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's either a lie or a cell phone. So it's like you're either lying because usually at a job when they fire you because they're worried that you're gonna fuck shit up. Like, you're just going to fuck shit up because they didn't fire you because you're not gonna, it doesn't matter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they can't do anything to you. You're leaving after this day. So they'll let you go. Or they said, hey, can you stay late? And you don't have enough self-respect. So you said, copy that. And I'm technically not employed by you, but I will still listen to you. Yeah, exactly. Usually they escort you out. Thank God for goth chicks. Thank fucking Christ. Thank Christ for goth chicks. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. The Bellamy salute. But yeah, and it's just like, you know, I'm not saying, I know so much about Austrian economics, so it makes me able to like see through tweets like this. But it just helps. I don't know. I feel like it just helps you. Whatever. I'm talking in circles. I'm retarded. Don't listen to me. I've been really big into LaCroix. Really fucking big into LaCroix. Wholeheartedly. Oh, but the Gnosticism. Yeah, dude, I had a job one time. Is this what the salute is called? That subsect of goth girl. I hate when they get a name for it. That's a whole subsect of goth girls called pastel goth. It's like, nah, you haven't earned an extra nickname. You know what I'm saying? You didn't earn that. You don't get a fun little fucking name just because it's like, here's the thing. I wear black, but I also wear pink on top of it. Oh, here we go. What is this? The Bellamy salute is a palm out salute created by James B. Upham. Wouldn't it be by Bellamy? Or was it for a guy named Bellamy? Oh, okay. James B. Upham as a gesture that was to accompany the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America, whose text had been written by Francis Bellamy. It was also known as the flag salute during the period when it was used with the Pledge of Allegiance. Bellamy promoted the salute, and it came to be associated with his name. Both the pledge and its salute originated in 1892. Later, during the 1920s and 30s, Italian fascists and Nazi Germans adopted a salute, which was very similar, attributed to the Roman salute, a gesture that was popularly believed to have been used in ancient Rome. This resulted in... Okay, so basically we had ourselves a little bit of a Zig Heil, and then Hitler got popular, and we're like, get that out of here. Okay, so we were just trying to be like the German. Damn. That's crazy. It's so funny. History's so interesting. Because they really do just, the more I learn about history and shit, the more you realize you're like, dude, we're just hit with, like, just an alternate version. Dude, that's crazy. Because, like, how popular was this? The inventor of the Bellamy salute was James B. Upham, junior partner and editor of the Youth's Companion. Bellamy recalled that the Upham, once reading the pledge, came into the posture of the salute, snapped his heels together, and said, "Now up there is the flag. I come to salute. As I say, I pledge allegiance to my flag. I stretch out my right hand and keep it raised while I say the stirring words that follow." By the time the original program was published, the Bellamy salute would have been in a traditional military salute as the first words of the pledge were spoken. Bellamy salute was first demonstrated on October 21st, 1892, according to Bellamy's published instructions of the National School celebration of Columbus Day as the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America. Note the presidential proclamation called for this special national holiday to take place on Friday, October 21st, rather than the October 12th. Waiting 9 additional days accounted for all but 2 of the days which had been skipped in 1752, moving the United States from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar. Ooh. Wait, so they just like... Okay, so they were on the Julian calendar for a while, and they just fucking... That's so funny. They just waited 9 days so they could, like, get on board with another group of people. The goal was to mark a full 400 years passing with a true work, blah, 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 blah. So did they just do this shit all the time? That's interesting. Yeah. It looks like they just did this shit, like, all the time. And, like, I've just never heard about it. Not like I'm the most fucking... There's always more shit for me to learn about things, but I feel like I would have heard about that. You know what I mean? If it was so commonly used, I feel like I would have heard about that. But they just, like, get that shit out of there. It was a very common salute until the Nazis, same with the swastika. Yeah, I know the swastika was... There's still people who hold on to the swastika. Like, there's people who, like, you know, it's embedded in their culture. Like, one time, I was with my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, my wife's parents. I mean, that's what that is. I'm being redundant. Yeah, but I was with my wife's parents, and we went to this, we got an Airbnb. They got an Airbnb in Maryland, and we show up, and it must have been owned by, like, because I think I've seen it sometimes with, like, certain Asian cultures, or maybe it was, like, Indian cultures. I think it was just mainly Indian cultures, but we showed up to the Airbnb, and there was, like, little, I think it was Asian, actually, because there was, like, little... I don't know. Regardless, cause they looked like, I don't know. They looked like little Asian statues. I couldn't tell, but yeah, dude, like all around the property, which is kind of like a crazy move in hindsight to not have that like level. Cause it's like, it's not like we were offended. Us personally, we were like laughing about it, but yeah, there was all these statues with like little swastikas on them. And it's probably because like that particular culture was like, no, like, we've been doing this shit. We're not going to let it go because some fucking German dude couldn't keep his cool in the fucking 40s. You know what I mean? Suck our dicks. We're not letting him have it. But yeah, it was like actually kind of wild. Like I was saying before, it's not like I was offended. You know what I mean? That's kind of their thing. I wasn't offended, but it was actually kind of wild walking around, and there was like 4 or 5 little statues. They looked like little fucking Buddha dudes or something, and they just had swastikas on them. It was kind of crazy. It's how these Asians hold on to the swastika hard. Yeah, I've seen that before where they'll show in like foreign countries, they'll just be like, nope, we still rock it. Fuck off. And I get it. Like, it's funny because like there's this dude, Aaron, forget his fucking name. I always forget his last name. No, his name's not Aaron. What the fuck's his name? Aaron, I think. Sorry. My autism. Oren something. But anyway, he's like I forget if he's Daily Wire or he's The Blaze. Yeah, I think it's The Blaze. That's right. The Blaze Media. They're not a bad network. The Blaze. Oren, Auron. That's right. Oren McIntyre. Yeah, he's a dude who I disagree with him a lot, but he's very well spoken and he's very smart. So like I'll listen to him from time to time. But yeah, he would always make this point on his show where he would be saying that like libertarians just need to give up on the word. And like I'll meet him halfway. It's not a completely insane thought to have. But I just don't think it's time yet. Cause I think like, you know, I was joking with Nate about it because there's something in certain, I forget what the fuck it was. There's certain things in like, certain black cultures where they have a term, they use the term ISIS, and it doesn't mean anything bad, but I was joking with Nate because he bought a book one time and it was like, you know, he was just joking. He's like, yeah, I was on my black shit when I got this. And it had like ISIS in the title. And I was just busting his balls like, yeah, I feel like ISIS got that now. Or maybe not. If you look at a broader history, maybe you can make the argument that that's not the case. But at the time, I was just it's like the same thing with the swastika. It's kind of like, yeah, it kind of is that now. Like, but at the same time, I see not wanting to let it go. So there's a completely strong argument to be like, dude, I feel that way about anarchist. I don't like the term anarchist just because it like, I don't like the term anarchist just because of like the sort of thoughts it'll bring up in a lot of people's heads. And it like, you're very quickly going to get people who don't understand what you're talking about. But at the same time, like, is that just because not enough people know? And then maybe it's your job to get more people hip. So I see both sides of the argument, but he would always make an argument like, oh, the term libertarian is lost. And it's like, brother, it's not like, because I think a lot of people I spend a lot of time like socially, I'm not in a lot of political spaces. It's when I'm online, when I'm listening to podcasts or I'm interacting with people on Twitter and shit like that. I'm in a lot of political spaces online, but socially, like, so for the term libertarian to be lost, it would have had to have been like understood by a lot of people at some point. And like Derek just said, no one knows what it means. And it's not like we had this mass moment where everyone found out what it meant and then it just got away from us. It's like, no, we haven't, you know, if you're in political circles, you're pretty, dude, even in a lot of political circles. Like I listen to Breaking Points all the time. And great show, great for keeping me updated. You know, my only complaint is sometimes they miss the dismount, but that's literally like most shows I listen to. If it's not fucking like Dave Smith, Clint Russell, Robbie Bernstein, or like all that Mises shit or stuff like that, you know, a lot of shows I listen to, they just, you know, they don't fully hit the dismount, but that's fine. But like even on Breaking Points, they're both very smart people. Saga and Crystal are very smart. You know, they could be better on economics and, the power of the government. For Crystal's really bad on economics. Saga doesn't fully appreciate the evil nature of the government. But regardless, just adding extra shit so this doesn't flow well. But I've heard them many a time bring up libertarians, and it just, you can hear it in their voices. It just comes off as like, you know, oh, they're just Republicans that want to smoke weed. They're not saying that specifically. It's just the way they're talking about it has the same energy as someone who would say some shit like that. So it's like even these, like, people who really know politics can't describe what a libertarian is properly. So it's like, no, we haven't lost the term. And also, this is what, like, it's what this word means. Just because someone... You know, now it'd be one thing if like the term was associated with some like crazy terrorist group or something like that. Or, you know, maybe they found out everyone at the Mises Institute is pedophiles, which I don't think it is, or like some crazy shit like that happened. I could easily say, like, yeah, maybe we pick a new word. Maybe we pick a new word, but I don't know. I just don't think it, like, they'd be like, oh, you've lost the word. I go, I don't think anyone's discovered the word, really. So it's like, why get rid of it if no one has, like, discovered it yet? And, you know, and that could be an argument, but I don't want to get rid of it. It's our word. Like, that's the other word. It's like, fuck you. That's my word. And I've also been called a fucking dumb bitch for being a libertarian so many times. I go, fuck you. That's my word. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to be thought of as a fucking retard for the past, whatever it's been, 10 years for being a libertarian and then just be like, well, you know, people I've never met will think less of me. So let's just you're like, fuck you. It's my word. I'm taking it back. Rights are afforded, liberty is inherent. Let's not confuse the two. Amen, brother. The Blaze has Dave Landau. Yo, Landau's on the Blaze now? I knew he had a new show. I didn't know he was on the Blaze. Landau's the fucking man. You guys should be fucking with Lave Dandau. Check out my friend Lave Dandau. No, Dave Landau is the fucking man. I got to meet him a while back doing a fair one with Shane and Tommy. And I got to meet Dave, and he's a really cool fucking dude. Oh, is that what it's called? Normal World? Is that part of the Blaze? Good for him. Oh, shit. Shit's bumping over there. Shout out Landau. Shout out the man Landau. But we're saying Landau and Sarah Gonzalez, the Dare Wire, kicked out Candace Owens for questioning Israel. Also, The Blaze is founded by Glenn Beck, who questioned 9/11 on air in 2007 while working for CNN Channel 25 in Houston. Yeah, I've noticed that. The Blaze... So, like, the Daily Wire seems like they just want to be... like, the Daily Wire has heavy, like, wolf in sheep's clothing energy. They seem like they just... Why is it not coming up? Can you please Google it? I searched it. Can you Google it? There we go. Yeah, Glenn Beck seems chill, too. I listened to him... It was funny. My brother would watch him all the time, would hate watch him all the time in high school. And I just basically, like, I wasn't very political. So I wasn't very political, and my brother was always smarter than me. This guy looks like Metzger. I wasn't very, Blaze TV. I wasn't very political, and my brother was always smarter than me. So I just listened to whatever he said. Oh, yeah, they have Alex Stein. Yeah, they just have a better group of people. This guy was really funny. Because it came out. This guy was associated with the whole fucking... that ESPN chick that was sucking everyone off. That dude was associated with that. And he was like going on there being like, brother, I would have been a problem. So I just didn't want to fucking have anything to do with that. And it's like, okay, so she didn't want to fuck is what you're telling me. She didn't want to fuck you is what you are currently telling me, sir. That's Kurt in 15 years. Yeah. Glenn Beck used to talk about Soros all the time back in the day, which was crazy back. Really? No shit. See, so I was, that's what I was saying before. I was never like real political. And my brother's, you know, he's kind of a dirty, rotten liberal, but he's still a pretty smart dude. So I would just listen to him and he's like, Glenn Beck sucks ass. And I never realized he was just like hate watching Glenn Beck back in the day. But I never like fucked with Glenn Beck just because my brother never fucked with him. And then Who the fuck was it? I think Malice. Michael Malice, shout out. He was on Glenn Beck's podcast, and I was listening to that, and I was like, oh, shit. Glenn Beck's kind of based, and I'm not a big fan of using the term based unless we're talking about, why is my throat so dry? Dude, I gotta lose weight. I'm too fat to sit upright and fucking talk for multiple hours. I got a podcast in a fucking lounging chair, for fuck's sake. I'm too fat to fucking stream. How's that possible? I'm too fat to stream. Oh yeah. Look at the 9/11 thing. Wait, what was the thing you said he said? Oh, this is just 9/11 footage. It's not him talking about 9/11. What was he saying about Soros? He apologized to George Soros? This is a bait and switch.
So you were flagged. I was flagged. But then that's what I thought. You know, I like, oh, well, they're just saying. And then I thought to myself, wait a minute. Maybe I have all of this wrong. Maybe I have all of this wrong. And as I was thinking about it, I mean, I tossed and turned all night. And I thought, you know, if I have that wrong, oh my gosh, I have to get on the first thing. Because I always say I lead with my mistakes. I have to get on and do one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. And also one of the most important things. You know, come on this program humbly before you and admit that I have been wrong. I'm just a man, you know. I have an ego just like any other man. Prick me, do I not bleed? But I've made a point of always being truthful with you on what I see. And when that changes, when I find that I've allowed myself to stray down a dark, dark path away from the light in which I believe God shines on the proper path, I have no choice other than to make it right. So today I'd like to start the show with a public apology to a man I've been wronging for literally, almost 2 decades now. A man whose reputation I have helped sully and whose life I have no doubt impacted in a very stressful and negative way. I used to take joy in that, but no, not any longer, because new information has landed on my desk.
Is he for real or is he just like fucking around? I don't even know anything about George Soros, but I don't like watching people apologize to him. That doesn't seem like the right thing, right? If I'm just shot in the dark guessing. Wait, I don't think Dora's even lefty anymore. I think he just still says he is so he can, and a Democrat, even though this is crazy. Yeah, I think Jimmy Dore's definitely still a lefty. I haven't watched a lot of his shit in a minute, but I remember seeing he was talking to someone about, dude, ask Jimmy Dore about economics, and you know, you'll find out if he's a lefty or not. But also too, if you're like he's also too like an early 2000s lefty, and you know, those people might as well be extreme right wing compared to the lefties now. So that's why a lot of people will look at these people and be like, oh, they're not actually lefties. It's like, yeah, if you're grading it on modern standards, want to link to Moldog fucking up Destiny? 100%. I meant to watch that. Adam Freeland talking to Destiny. Destiny's an interesting. All right, I don't want to. Actually, I do want to watch this to see if it's him being gay or not.
Yeah, I got it from. YouTube, this is a conspiracy theory. And then it all started to unravel. So today, I have to admit that what YouTube did blew all of my previous assumptions about one man to absolute smithereens. And so today I say, George Soros, I'm sorry. I'm very, 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 very sorry. Because...
Oh, he's being a silly goose. He's being a silly goose. Nice. I think he probably got like some sort of ban or something. Glenn Beck exposes public enemy George Soros in Marxist Obama circles of crime, Inc. Oh, yeah, dude. He used to crush like the fucking chalkboard back in the day.
Hello, America. Hope you had a good weekend. The one word I kept thinking about all weekend was Soros. George Soros. I do have a bulletproof car, George. I just want you to know.
What year was this? Damn, is this what the news was in fucking when I was in fucking high school? Oh, dude, this video is literally from 2010. That's crazy. Dude, it's actually good to like watch stuff like this because it's actually like good to watch stuff like this because it reminds you of how fucking stupid the discourse on TV is. And you're like, man, there was always so much propaganda, but before they started interjecting all the like typical, and I hate being one of these guys, but all the like typical woke language where it was like the cultural Marxist type language and shit like that, where everyone was upset. Like, dude, when you could watch TV and people weren't obsessed with race every fucking second, it was so much nicer. It was so much nicer. Because it's all unnecessary. All the like obsession over racial shit, it's all unnecessary. It's all very retarded. It's all stupid, and it's just a distraction. It's just a dumb distraction. So, you know, I watch fondly moments like this. I watch moments like this very fondly of like, oh my God. Cause it's like, dude, I will take it being retarded as long as it's like, we don't have to constantly like throw in racial bullshit every other fucking second. Anyway.
George Soros, I'm going to show you this tonight. I'm going to spend an hour on this. I want you to DVD, write down, take notes, look into this. We're going to be talking a little bit about this in the next few days. This is, I like to call it the circle of life, as it is now, understood in America. You could also call it, it's a small world. It's a small world after all. I like to call it instead Crime, Inc. Here's how you play the game. First of all, you have to be somebody who is in with the administration. If you're in with George Soros and the administration, you can play. You start here and you just go around, okay? Starts with...
Oh, yeah, Mullen was on Red Eye a bunch. I remember seeing that shit.
With George Soros. He's the billionaire progressive activist who doesn't mind throwing his money around. His seemingly unending quest for big government control is kind of strange, perplexing to me, honestly, because he was born in Budapest, Hungary. His dad was a Hungarian.
You know, George Soros, by the way, and like, once again, I don't know that much about him. I just know everyone says he's like, he's the reason there's like, he puts chemicals in everything or something like that. I don't know. He's just a fucking bad hombre, you know, a lot of conspiracies around him, all this other shit. But like, George Soros reminds you, and you know, the right wing does the same thing. You saw the shit today with like the TikTok ban, and then, dude, there were so many like right wing fucking retards that they exposed. I hate to use language like that. It sounds so corny. But like, I guess, you know, exposed is a little dramatic, but they did like fucking, you know, you saw like Charlie Kirk was like, TikTok is back. And then they pulled up old tweets where it was like, ban TikTok, and you're like, is it really like that for you guys? Just whatever the moment is? Like whatever the popular thing is? And you realize like, that's why I'm like, I got in trouble on TikTok for misinformation. So TikTok views me as like a real news source. So I'm just saying, I didn't want this job, but TikTok decided. TikTok decided I'm a real news source spreading misinformation. But no, it's just a fun little reminder where it's like, oh, you guys really are gay enough that this is your fucking football and you treat this like a fucking game. And like George Soros happens to be a left-wing billionaire. So like whenever he gets brought up, you see all these like left-wing pundits be like, it's just goofy conspiracies. And then they'll see Elon today and they'll be like, he's a literal Nazi. And you're like, guys, what? Or just like any, you'll see some left-wing people after like the CEO got shot. They're like, yes, now do that to every billionaire. And I'm not saying that's like the popular opinion, but you'll see people just kind of flippantly be like, no one should be a billionaire. And then if George Soros comes up, they'll be like, don't be mean to him. Also, don't be mean to poor old George Soros. And you're like, oh, yeah, because he's the left-wing bill. It was the same thing with Elon Musk. Elon Musk wasn't a big fucking deal. He was good guy billionaire. And then he decided to buy Twitter and, say non-left-wing shit. And people are like, you fucking piece of shit.
Jew who was a prisoner of war in World War I. Soros eventually found his way to New York City in 1956. Oh, I've been happy about that ever since. By 1970, he had set up hedge funds that could help him make his fortune. He's the guy who helped collapse the British sterling. Yet he spent millions of that fortune on things like progressive blog sites like Media Matters, where bloggers can earn six-figure salaries just to sit around in their underpants and distort conservative words all day. He started the Open Society Institute, which seeks fairness and justice. He also helped start the Tides Foundation, which among its many super classics are the anti-capitalist Story of Stuff indoctrination video. That's George Soros money. Great. Shown in schools all across America to warp your children's brains and to make sure they know how evil capitalism is. He's also a globalist. He's one of the power players trying to establish a new world. Watch when he says it. Notice how he stumbles every time he says this because he's like, uh-oh, I'm really spooky dude saying New World Order, probably freaking people out. Watch him. He'll stumble every time he talks about establishing.
You really need to bring China into the creation of a new world order, financial world order. So I think you need a new world order that China has to be part of the process of creating it.
Yeah. I just want to say, I just believe we should have a new, oh no, I shouldn't be saying this on television. What else could I say? A new world order.
He's also a guy, I don't know if he's a radical that has been trying to implement the Cloward and Piven strategy on collapsing the system, but he's one of the guys who's capitalizing on it. He's one of the guys looking to replace the capitalist system once it has been destroyed.
I believe that basically the system is broke and needs to be reconstituted. The system we have now has actually broken down, only we haven't quite recognized it. And so you need to create a new one. And this is the time to do it.
Yes, a new world order. What did I tell you a couple of weeks ago? I said, look, America, they're using this time. What are you doing with your time? They're using their time to get filthy rich and create a new world order. Did I say that out loud? Yes. Yes, you did. Perhaps his most effective creation is the Center for American Progress. That's next on our big Crime Inc. wheel. George Soros takes some of his spooky dude money and...
Yeah, I forgot. Glenn, like, not like funny, but like for what he is, Glenn Beck was kind of funny back in the day. I stopped liking Elon when he did that Doge push for the coin. I mean, I don't mind the government organization if that's gonna actually be real or not. I don't mind that. The coin, he also looks like a troll. It's so funny. The coin annoyed me because it made me realize, like, it was like the start of me realizing Elon Musk was...
I don't think I've ever once
Elon Musk...
used, let alone...
Okay. It made me realize Elon Musk was... how do I say this? You know, he kind of was just grappling on to... Like, when it comes to his shit, like... Because here's the thing, I think I brought this up before, but here's the thing you need to realize about Elon and all the people who love him. You need to kind of, like, keep him at arm's length and, you know, be a little suspect of him. Is because look at the things, you know, he's got a strong foundation and all the, like, scientific shit he does. But when he talks about, like, economics and all this other shit, or freedom of speech, he'll get, like, real passionate about freedom of speech. And then he'll, you know... He'll change the whole entire way the website works if people aren't, you know, being nice to him and shit. And you're like, oh, that seems like... But, like, the thing with Elon, this is the realization I had about him the other day, is, you know, he has no small time... Like, there's no... What would the term be? Like, regular consumer consumption of his shit. It's all stuff that either rich people or... It's just like a thing he needs to do to, you know, that he needs government approval from. You know what I mean? Like SpaceX isn't selling anything to anyone except like a fun time. And, you know, the Boring Company isn't selling anything but, you know, a good idea, according to him, and shit like that. So you realize it's Elon's prerogative to be in the good graces of the government and the people because he needs government approval to do everything. And, you know, he'll get, if he's like a cool guy that's real popular, he'll get a lot of public support from shit like that. And what sort of got me on the road to getting to that and realizing like Elon is just looking to win popularity contests because he needs to be in good graces was Doge, because crypto is really popular. He realized with crypto it was like a way for him to sort of get in the mix and be the center of attention. Because that's the other part. The dude just likes being the center of attention a lot of times. But he realized that with crypto, and he was like fully backing Doge, talking about implementing all this and that. And he doesn't really talk about that anymore. And it was like, you know, Doge was fun. Don't get me wrong. Doge was fun at the time with memes and all this and yada, yada. And it's like, ooh, I'll put in $5. Maybe I'll be a millionaire. It was like fun and shit like that. But if you really looked at the nuts and bolts of how Doge works, you're like, oh, this is not a good like currency replacement. And shit, like, it's not a good thing. It's not a good hard asset. It's not going to be a good currency and shit like that. And, like, Elon's a smart guy, but, you know, you'd think he'd be... you think he'd be smart enough to throw his weight behind Bitcoin over Doge and shit. And so, like, that was really revealing. And it's why I've, like, not fully trusted him since then and shit like that. But, yeah, that's one of the things with Elon. Yeah, what was I talking about? Vivek is a phony. I think he would be a liberal if it was pay more. Yeah, Vivek's hard to tell. I don't know. I think Vivek has sort of yeah, I don't know. I can't tell with him. He seems like a nice guy. He seems very genuine when he's... Because that's the difference between Vivek and Elon is like Vivek tries harder to understand more shit. Elon just thinks he's like a really smart person, or he just doesn't care enough to like understand the other stuff. So I think Vivek... You know, I said it before, he's a billionaire, and in this type of system, you only get to be a billionaire from being a certain type of person, or doing certain things. So, you know, no billionaire out there's hands are completely clean. With honestly, and I'm not just saying this, but like, if you look at someone like Rogan, he just is going to be a billionaire from like being entertaining to people. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, Vivek's hard to tell. 'Cause like, I don't see I think it's because he's got that like corny Republican guy way of talking where he's like, hey guys, I'm Vivek. He's got a real like, to him. But like, you know, I sort of look at Vivek like, hey, I think he just wants to be a politician. You know what I mean? Be a big time be a big politician, be a big celebrity. And then that'll make him that'll help him make more money over the course of his lifetime. I mean, there could be, because he has like a lot of businesses, so there could be an ulterior motive, but he's pretty intensely staked his flag into like a lot of real, because that's the thing at the end of the day. You gotta remember, Vivek's like, his stance on a lot of things are really good. And you got to look at the net benefit. If you got a guy like Vivek who's not afraid to talk with people, he's very popular. He'll go on TV all the time and get the good word out on shit. Like Vivek in the spotlight, he's constantly talking about shit like that. It's going to get to other people, and it's going to get those ideas in more people's heads. And then even if he is completely lying, he has to figure out a way to be successful in government, but still stay true to that framework to a degree. So you got to realize, even if Vivek is completely lying, he's still going to be like 100 times better than any other politician. Maybe not 100, but he's still going to be like substantially better than any politician. So I look at Vivek as a net benefit. He's better than, I would rather, it's like, okay, if all politicians are lying, but they're all the shit they're saying is like spot on and good, and not just good, just like knowledgeable. That feels like a good thing. I just don't know. What's like the big, I guess for you, what's like the big, oh yeah, I saw Rogan was at the inauguration. That was pretty sick. Vivek been kicked out, no longer holds any political power. Stupid. Jesus Christ. Did he get kicked out? He was at the inauguration, though. That's the other thing people keep on saying, where they're like, there's trouble in paradise with Elon, and you're like, or, Vivek's out of there, and you're like, I don't know, man. I bet you Vivek gave Trump a fuck ton of money. And also, dude, he like, I don't know. I don't see Vivek getting out of there. He was at the inauguration. As a Texan, I agreed with Ann Coulter. I won't vote for you just because you're an Indian. Then he campaigned in Texas wearing a steerman hat and Texas flag button, talking about we're the party who doesn't pander. I mean, was it that bad? I don't know. What is that? It's very funny that just pops up. That jacket was hilarious for Vivek. Yeah, if you have a picture of what you're talking about, let me know. Omni Liberal Studios, yes, very gay. So many friends fell for it. I watched them cheer it on until they lost a lot. Oh, Doge? Well, yeah, that's like, people think they can just throw a lot of money at something and it not be a huge risk. And you're like, yeah, that's why I read a bunch about Bitcoin before I put in a bunch of money. Not that I've like put in a fuck ton, but I've like put in a fair amount over the years in Bitcoin. And it's because I like learned about it, It's like you got to learn why everyone likes Bitcoin. It's not just, that's like, you got to approach things like giving people a slight benefit of the doubt, because it gets to a point where you're like, okay, guys, there's been a bajillion cryptos, but Bitcoin's the one that started out at like fucking fractions of a penny, and now it's worth, I think today it's worth 108,000, something like that. Which makes me very happy because I think it peaked at like 108. Oh, 109. That's crazy. Yeah, its all-time high is 109, 191. And that was like the other day. That was today. Oh yeah, it was literally middle of the night today. That's crazy. But yeah, and it's like there's a reason Bitcoin's been a big deal, and then a lot of other cryptos haven't had even like the only other crypto is like what's the other one? Ethereum. But no, it's like look into you're like, okay, why does everyone support Bitcoin? Because it's like it's structured like how we, a sound or I'm sorry, like a hard what am I trying to say? It's like it's sound money. The way it's structured is how you should structure sound money that won't like inflate and all that and this and that and severe and like it has a hard store of value. You know what I mean? Like you can't manipulate the supply. You can't make it a fiat. You can't fuck with it. And it's like, that's why, a lot of people buy in because they're just like, this Bitcoin's they can just sense it. But a lot of people buy in Bitcoin because they realize that. And that was like when I was looking into Dogecoin, when they said the supply is limitless, I go, that's literally what's wrong with our money. I go, that's literally what's wrong with our money. So that's not a good investment at all. And you know what I mean? So why did I get on that? Oh, someone said something about Doge earlier. Oh, yeah. Type in Vivek, Texas for image search. I am on Bing. Do I need to be on Google? It's just a bunch of guys named Vivek in Texas. It's really funny. Oh, literally I saw it said outfit. Ah, well that's just fun stuff. What, you can't wear a cowboy hat in Texas? It does have that's so funny. It does have regardless of how you feel regarding politics, tell me this isn't a scene from Arrested Development. Yeah, I don't know. People like people put too much stock in shit like that. Yeah, I don't know, dude. He's a politician. Like, I don't know. Oh, man. I got 7 Bitcoin, a laptop, and a landfill somewhere in my New Hampshire. That sucks ass. Yeah, 2 years ago, it was 68K. Yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah, it's because Bitcoin is like, yeah, that's like people. Well, it doesn't happen the same way anymore, but people would also too, because like when Bitcoin was new, cannot fucking type. Yeah, when Bitcoin was, yeah, when it was new, it was very, especially too, in like around COVID. That's the other part. It's like you got to remember. That's the thing people got to remember when it comes to like politics or economics and shit like that. They'll be like, well, and you're like, dude, you got to look at what's going around outside of this. And it's like, well, it was like crazy fluctuating. And you're like, yeah, this was during COVID when a bunch of people got free money and the GameStop shit was happening. And there's a bunch of people trying to, but if you look over the time, the lifetime of Bitcoin, it's only gone up. And if you look at the lifetime of the value of the dollar, that's why I don't like do the stock market. Because also, I don't know. It's just like stock market seems like a lot. And then even if you make money in the stock market, you're still kind of losing money. It's like, I don't know. There's something about that whole thing where if like you make money in the stock market, you're like, well, how much did inflation go up? Because it's like, how much money did I actually make? Because if you doubled your money, but like, your purchasing power went down. You're like, you didn't really double your money. Yeah. But it's all weird and relative, but Only steer drivers and queers wear those hats in Texas. There's a lot of dudes who wear cowboy hats. That's not fair. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Politician went to Texas and wore a cowboy hat. It literally just doesn't register to me as anything. Guy I worked with tried to get me to buy it when I was new, and then he talked to me out of it and didn't think about it again for years. I wish I used my COVID money to buy Bitcoin instead of weed vapes. Dude, if you buy Bitcoin now, just like take a small chunk of your paycheck and buy some Bitcoin. If you do that buy a little bit of Bitcoin every week for a year, and you'll like have an insane, not insane, but like percentage wise, your gains will probably be pretty nice. I bought those Bitcoins when I was like $20 a piece, had no intention of investing it, just black market shit. That rules. If your livelihood is working outside in the sun and the hat doesn't get in the way of working, then sure, rock a cowboy hat inside at night. All right, now you're being autistic just because you want to hate on him. You're in Texas. Wear the goddamn cowboy hat. Yeah, I used Bitcoin a lot. Never saved it, though. I used it to buy shroom spores and crow. That rules. Well, at least you fucking spent it on fun shit. Let me ban this guy. There we go. I'm very curious.
And describe myself as like a dirtbag left. Hello and welcome to the Adam Friedland Show.
Was the camera on me or was it on him?
I don't know.
You my intro up.
I'm sorry.
I'm joined today by Adam Friedland's friend, Nick Mullaney.
Here I am, Stavros Halkias.
Yeah.
In the flesh.
Destiny is a huge cunt. You know what his fucking name is. This is why it's like I fucking hate this dude. Because, like, Destiny is... You know what his fucking name is.
Was the camera on me or was it on him?
I don't know.
My intro up.
I'm sorry.
I'm joined today by Adam Friedland's friend, Nick Mullaney.
Here I am, Stavros Halkias.
Yeah.
In the flesh.
Shit.
Yeah.
I thought you guys didn't associate anymore.
Not like on camera, I guess.
Okay.
In person.
Well, how's life?
Life's good. I had a great day today.
Already?
Yeah.
It's like 1:40. There's like hardly any of the day that's happened.
I've never been like a new.
That's actually insane. This is like how out of touch Destiny is. Like, I call this like fucking, he like snitches on himself and doesn't even fucking realize it. He's like at 1:40, barely any of the days happen. Yeah, for you. Fucking idiot. You're like, most people have to wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning, dumbass. Like, a lot of people's days are almost done. God, he sucks so much. That's why I was making fun of my brother earlier, but like, dude, I'm no better. I get caught up in hate watching so easily. Mullen couldn't give a fuck less if Destiny knows his name or not. Yeah. That's the it's like if you asked Mullen, he'd be like, yeah, Destiny's a dick, but he's like, he's not gonna get worked up about that. That's what I respect about Mullen. There is this almost like dominance in how little he cares. I have said before, and it's not just about Mullen, it's about all the dudes who are like this. And it's just, and I'm a fan of all these guys, don't get it fucked up. But it does make me laugh. Mullen is definitely seems like the fucking who gives a shit, you know, who cares, don't give a fuck about anything type of guy. And then like, or he'll be like with the politics are gay, who gives a fuck? And then you'll hear him talking, you're like, you're really smart and know a lot about this. You know what I mean? And I always wonder if like, I always laugh. I go to all those dudes who do that. All the politics are gay guys know way more about politics than you do. And it's like, I always wonder if it's this sort of insecurity. And I say this because I've had that before. I've had that. I've accepted it more now, but I've had that my whole life. You get insecure about being into like, quote unquote, like nerdy shit or like shit that like dorks would like, you know, but dude, I'm telling you, I've had so many people I know who are like politics are gay people. What's the point? Who gives a shit, people? They pay attention to politics and really give a shit. It's very funny.
New Year's resolution guy, and I guess I'm not this year.
He's also too like Mullen's also the type of guy who he got famous off of, or he got popular. I don't know if famous is the right word, but regardless, he's in the comedy world. He's huge. He got popular off Come Town, and he's not trying to get. And I think he comes off as very content with where he's at, and also too like not. I don't know if destiny's beneath him, but it's not like he's like, oh, this will be so. It's like he doesn't give a shit. Like this doesn't matter at the same time. So I think it's also easy to approach this with that energy as well.
You're either, because it's always like, well, I'm just, you're just not gonna.
No, Lewis fucking doesn't. But he does. That's so funny. He does talk about a lot of current events and shit, and he'll get in the mix. I've seen him before, and I'm also too a big fan of fucking Lewis's. Love Lewis's death. He's a very, very funny dude. Very, very great broadcaster. I'm not shitting on him. I'm not shitting on any of these people. I just go, it's like, hey, it's okay if you're into. Now, he's not going to get super deep. He's not going to get super deep on the political shit, but it's like he still does. He still does podcasts constantly, multiple types a week, where he's like clearly paying attention to what's going on, and then he'll like get into intense debates with people on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, Lewis isn't the best example, but it Lewis has to beg him to come on LOS, and they're good friends. That's so funny. Yeah, Mullen has this. Mullen has I'm making nachos. Politics is gay. Yeah, dude. But here we are. I'm one of those dudes who's like, yes, politics are gay, but also they're making the world gayer and worse. So. And also, I just like talking. I just like being on the internet talking for hours every night or every day. But Lewis doesn't knowing he doesn't know the fine details, which is better than pretending. I agree with that. But he's still like, he's definitely not like deep in the weeds on shit like that. But I think, I don't know. He's just always like, it's like, dude, you're always talking about current events and stuff. It's okay. It's okay if you like, well, and then mix that with him. It's like, he seems like he's a really good dad and stuff. So it's like, it seems like you care about the state of the world. And it's like the way you talk about shit. Because whenever I've done real ass podcasts, we'll bring up or what is it now? It's Lewis and Zach. Whenever I've done a show, he always brings up a fucking thing, and he has like a very detailed, passionate opinion about it. I don't know. I just think, because I feel it all the time too, because it's like you do this shit to be a comic, not to be a pundit. And like I do this shit to be a comic and like basically be like a loudmouth talk radio type guy. I don't do it to be this like intellectualized pundit or whatever the fuck. So it feels dirty, but at the same time, like, can't help what you can't help, dude. He's deep into weed. He is. Politics is gay because taxes are not voluntary and they will serve as an arrest warrant to you with dudes pointed loaded guns at you for not paying taxes. True. So you kind of got to pay attention. George Carlin set the precedent. Dude, I also think, too, I think a lot of times, like, I actually think it's good. I actually think it's beneficial to be informed. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I think people don't, I don't know. I think it's like actually better to be informed and to like know what's going on. It's not saying it's going to make your life easier, but it's going to be able to like help you function in a way that's better for you. Like Lewis talks about that. He would always say like, talking about playing the cards you're dealt. And I think that's a great mindset to have where it's like not necessarily like, oh, we're going to change the fucking government. We're going to change the whole world. It's like, no, but you're also going to like be aware of your surroundings, be informed what's going on, understand the cards you're being played, and, just maneuver in a way that's the most beneficial to you. And that's why I always fucked with Lewis, because he wasn't wrong. He's a real ass dude. You got to give it to him. Politics equals taxes equals arrest warrant. Yes. Don't mind me, I'm eating hot dogs. Do your thing, dude. I like to know how I'm getting fucked. Yeah, well, and also too, like what's the example? I was just thinking about this the other day. Well, like, so whenever people are talking about politics, they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. And then, but like, so like people go, oh, it doesn't matter. And then they behave in a way thinking it doesn't matter. And then, like, that's what everyone kind of does. So then it, like, makes them function a certain type of way because of that. So just take that and just hypothetically imagine you were like, oh, it does matter if I do something. So now, in certain moments, when you would just kind of be like, well, what's the point? It doesn't matter. Now everyone, you're kind of proving, but, like, everyone is sort of locked in on this thing of like, it doesn't matter. It just shows that you're like, no, it could, if you just had a less destructive mindset, it would push things in a more beneficial way. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying by like the sheer logic of how people look at it, you're like weirdly admitting that there is a way to change, And then everyone always goes to like, well, it'll be really hard. You're like, yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it's like, I don't know. It's like if you had a problem at the supermarket, no one's putting their carts back. Well, what if, like, I don't know, you just made it socially unacceptable to not put your cart back, and everyone was, and like you'd be a social pariah if you didn't put your cart back. It's all about mindset. Yeah, Bukowski. It all becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you're like, what's the point? Then you're going to behave that way and it's just going to be that. But like, if you're like, I don't know. I've definitely been there where you're like, what's the fucking point? And there's a super strong argument about what's the fucking point. But I just like, I don't know. I have this thing in me where I'm like, I just got to like, I don't want to be like a burden. I just don't want to ever be a burden on society. I have a real strong thing against that. So I just don't want to. I want to try to live my life in a productive way where I can just be beneficial to the world and add good things to the world. But yeah, you're right. It is like, it's funny too, because I've been getting into Bukowski lately. Yeah. I've been getting into Bukowski lately a lot, and his books are fucking great, but that dude fucking sucked ass. I put my bird on society. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. Let me throw a video up real quick. I have to piss really badly. Why does this guy gotta go? Voidzilla? Why does he hate his life? Let me throw up KubaCon for you guys for a little bit. Oh, wait, here you go. Get a little Channel 5 news for
The golden age of America has arrived. President Donald J. Trump, number 47 in 43 minutes. Happy days are here again.
This is We the Sequel, We the People, round 2, as we take back our capital, as we take back the country after January 6th and all of those people rotting in jail for no reason.
Most of them. I'm ready to see gas prices under $1.50. I'm ready to see the Federal Reserve abolished. I'm ready to see Trump buy 1 million Bitcoins for a strategic reserve for us Americans to have. I'm ready to see the southern borders secure. I'm ready to see inflation go down to 0. I'm ready for all the Jan 6 prisoners not only to get a pardon, but to get multi-million-dollar payouts in the future. And I'm ready to go to Greenland and have a nice hotel stay at a future Trump tower that gets built there. I'm ready for that.
Yeah, Greenland is like -30 right now, though.
Well, Greenland is really cold and icy, and Iceland is really green and nice, right?
Yeah, it was like they named it that to trick the Vikings. So Iceland's the green one. So they were like, the Vikings, they're scared of them, so they were just like, yo, we're going to call Greenland Iceland and reverse it. So that the Vikings got to Greenland and were like, fuck.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm really honestly going to be proud to see our president able to walk and not crap himself in front of the world stage. It's nice to have a president that can speak English without mumbling. It's nice to have a president that the people on the world stage actually respect and maybe fear a little bit. Remember when he did the thing with Rocket Man? People said he was going to start World War III. He's like, Rocket Man, I've got the biggest rocket. I got a bigger button. I've got a bigger rocket.
Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime.
And everyone said that was going to start World War III. But did it? No, it actually backed off Rocket Man. And in the end, they ended up shaking hands, which had never been done before. Never been done in the history of the world. And it's that strength that you need when you come into a negotiation. You don't need some guy bumbling and barely able to walk, rolling up in front of the world leaders.
This is the other problem too I'm noticing with politics. I've realized it kind of for a while, but I was able to articulate it way better recently. People have a hard time with someone who sucks ass getting it right. You know, and you gotta people just, and I see it a lot of times with comics where if someone sucks ass, it's just their instinct to be a contrarian just because they're like, fuck you. And I've been there 1,000 times before. I completely get it. But this guy is making a good point. But we need a new categorization. We need a new categorization where, you know, like I was talking about this. I wish there was a third light on the car. You know, you have the front, the headlights and the brake lights. I wish there was a light and then, you know, fog lights and there's a little shit, but there's two main lights you can control. It's the headlights and the brake lights. And I wish there was a third light that when you cut someone off, you could flip that on and it's the my bad light. You know, I wish a lot of people when you're talking politics and shit like that, if you agree with the guy, you also, it's people just respond you co-sign everything about him. I wish there was a thing. It was I was talking about with the Eagles fan thing. I was talking about this with the Eagles fan thing where a lot of people were like, oh, so you think I was shitting on the Packers fan and everyone was like, oh, so you think everything the Eagles fan did was okay? And I go, no, that guy sucks ass too. There needs to be this unspoken, this sort of shorthand for understanding this guy's right, but he sucks ass still. And that's what's going on with this guy. This guy sucks ass, but he's not wrong, you know? And that's what makes people sort of disregard certain opinions sometimes. Because, he's making a good point. I'm not into, you know, I'm not into this whole, you know, we correlate our identity with what our government does. You know, if our government bombs people, they're like, America, and I go, no. The fucking lizard people at the government bombed that person, not me. But at the same time, you know, so it's I reject a lot of things about this system, but at the same time, our system is our system. So it's if we're going to do it this way, I would prefer if the guy that sort of broadly represents us could, dude, and you know, there's a really good chance Biden shit his pants a couple times. There was that one video one time where it it really looked like it. Poops pants on, dude. Yeah, this one.
This isn't just YouTube, it's Blux. Get ready for a Blux experience. Smash subscribe. Love ya. President Joe Biden met with French President Emmanuel Macron to commemorate D-Day, a pivotal event in World War II. However, the event took an unexpected turn, and it quickly went viral online.
And actually, this is another great example. I need this video, and it's going to be informational, but the guy making the video fucking sucks ass.
During the proceedings, President Biden appeared to engage in an unusual action on stage. Footage shows Biden moving in a way that has sparked a flurry of speculation and memes across social media platforms. To many viewers, it seemed as though Biden might have been experiencing a rather embarrassing moment. The internet was quick to react, with countless users sharing their theories and humorous takes on the incident.
Yeah, so there's like things like that where I hate this video. Unsure whether to sit or stand. Yeah, so this video, and he goes there. Yeah, I love the two. Unsure whether he should sit or stand.
Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin. Distinguished guests, please welcome the Honorable Lloyd J. Austin III.
Yeah, and you know, it's like, you know, and there's a good chance he just got stuck. He got stuck, which is funny too, where it's like when you have like argument where you're like, no, he didn't poop his pants. You're like, all right, well, it's still fucking bad. It was still really fucking bad, whatever was going on with that dude on a daily basis. You know what I mean? So that's the irony of the whole conversation. You're like, hey, even the most generous interpretation of Biden's shit, not literal shit in this sentence, but even the most generous interpretation of Biden's whole fucking thing was still really fucking bad. So like, yeah, but it's like, dude, like that's the irony of it. It's like you got to separate the two, where you're like, yeah, this dreaded guy sucks shit, but he's like he's making a fair point. And he's in the Matrix now. Fuck yeah, dude.
Laughing behind our backs. They're making us look foolish. At least.
Wait, what are we talking about? The term you're looking for is Walter Sobek. What? Is that a real term? Are you fucking with me? Is that a real term? I'm going to Google this, and if you're fucking with me, I'm going to Google it off screen so I don't get got on this moment. I don't want to look like a fool. Oh shit, it is a real thing. The true meaning of Walter Sobchak. It's not an actual German word, therefore it has no meaning at all. The word stems from the movie Big Lebowski, where one of the characters is named Walter Walter Sobchak. Oh, is this some website where it's like, you explained it. Let me just go to whatever you said. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I didn't just read your comment. Concept that describes a situation where someone is right, but you oppose them simply because they are being an asshole about it. This term was coined in a Reddit post on Tip of My Tongue where users discussed a German word that fits the description. In the context, the word asshole is often used to describe someone who is arrogant, rude, obnoxious, or self-centered, even if they are correct in their stance. The term asshole has been analyzed by philosophers, linguists, who argue that as both expressive and cognitive content is used to classify a person's moral personality rather than their expressing disapproval. Interesting. I'm pretty sure he's perpetually sitting himself, the mischief in his eyes. Yeah, that's like the thing, too, where it's like, I don't know. There's so much, like, the thing that gets me is, like, I've talked about, I think I bring it up too often sometimes to talking about conspiracies, but it gets me all the time with talking about conspiracies where it's like, there's so many things with conspiracies that are super reasonable that, like, dude, you don't have to believe 9/11 was an inside job. But you're like, you're telling me that they had, 2 cameras working the day they had like 2 cameras working when the plane hit the Pentagon, and we only have what fucking like minute-long clip. It's like, what? Like, you know what I mean? Oh, anime. No, I don't want the anime. Yeah, here. There's the one angle. Yeah. And then that first angle is a minute and a half. And there's another angle that's another minute and a half. You know what I mean? And they're like, wait, are you telling me there's 2 cameras at the Pentagon? You guys only have 2 cameras? They didn't tell you, they didn't have, you know what I mean? It's like, so obviously, you know, there's a bunch of little things like that with 9/11. So obviously it's like, yeah, it's not what they fucking said it was. Now, does that mean it's an inside job? No, but you know, it's this idea that, because at the end of the day, people just want to fit in. That's why conspiracy theory is such a dirty word. Because there's a lot of mainstream conspiracy theories that are like super reasonable. And that's why conspiracy theory is such a dirty word, is because they've made it, or I'm sorry, that's why like everyone always shits on them, is because they've made it seem like you're a fucking weirdo. You're not going to be one of the cool kids if you're into this shit. You know, so that's why it's been so easy to get, because that's what most people care about more than anything. Most people are worried about that over a lot of other shit. That's why like COVID caught on so easily, because you were able to just immediately give a bunch of fucking hall monitors a gold star. I ate a raw pizza once and squirted for my, what's a raw pizza? Like frozen? Like you got a frozen pizza and didn't cook it, or you like ate dough? Are you saying you just ate an undercooked pizza? Oh, you guys are talking about pooping your pants. Yeah, I luckily haven't pooped my pants in a good minute.
Fucking do the thing past like 3 weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I start my New Year's resolutions in February for that.
That's smart.
Yeah. So then you're away from all the other losers. And then when people see you doing your New Year's resolution, they see you doing it like February 2nd. And it's like, good for you. You stuck with it. And it's like, I'm on day 2.
That's smart. Well, I didn't this year. I didn't do a New Year's resolution, but like I know that I just do better in the morning anyway. So I've been waking up at like 5:45, 6 o'clock.
Damn.
But those are the good. I'm happy.
That's good.
And then I go to bed at like 9:30.
Okay.
And so I walked to the gym, used the sauna, then walked home, had a bake.
Getting up in the morning's kind of sick if you can do it. I'm not the best at it, but like when I get up, because it's just like, you know what it is? It's also like a mental thing. Because like I always laugh when you see the dudes who, oh wait, there was more comments. Diapers have really come a long way. Oh yeah, that was the other point where it's like, the other point I was going to make about Biden, where I was like, is it that crazy? Even if there's zero proof, you just see how he maneuvers. And you just be like, are you telling me, like, dude, that there's that famous video where it happened to, who's the guy who ran the fucking Penn State? The Nittany Lions, Joe Paterno. Fucking like died when they found out the dude was a pedophile. There's that famous clip where he clearly shit his pants. He like ran out, came back with a different pair of pants. And like that dude was cooking. You want like Biden to like go run the way Paterno ran in that video? No chance. No chance that is happening. No 0% chance that is happening. And it's like, do you want to take that bet? Like that's what it really comes down to. People are like, oh, okay. Like if you talk about Biden shitting his pants and people are like, oh, okay. And you're like, okay, take that bet then. Bet me. You know what I mean? Like, would you take that bet if we had, like, say we have all the info possible? You going to take that bet? You going to bet $100 Biden never shit his pants? And I'm not saying just like, oh, we partied a little too much last night, or, oh, I had too many wings. No, I'm saying because he's a fucking old senile man. You want to take that bet? Over 4 years, Biden never fucking had a whoopsie daisy in his pants? You don't want to take that. No one wants to take that bet, so shut the fuck up when people bring it up. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. It's like, you want to take that bet he never wore diapers? You want to take that bet? You don't want to take that bet. Because you're probably going to lose that bet. And then it goes back to the thing I was saying before, where then people have people move the goalpost at what their standards are for stuff like that. And they're like, okay, what? He probably didn't do it that much. And you're like, dude, the fact that he did it at all or was a worry. I don't want a president that has to wear diapers. You know what I mean? Suck my dick, dude. That's not, fuck off. However, Walter Sobchak is not an actual German word. Okay, we talked about that. What is that? A white elephant? Glenn Beck on CNN reviewing Pentagon footage. Oh yeah, we're talking about waking up early. That's a good comment. The attacks were planted by the CIA, and it was all known it was gonna go down. The towers in 6 were rigged to go rigged to go down when the attack happened. Otherwise, the towers would have withstood the damage. It's all operating Northwood shit. Just saying. I mean, I don't know. It's not impossible. 100% Trump pooped his pants since 9/11. Sure. Trump definitely pooped his pants. No, but I'm not saying, I see what you're saying, Bobby. Most of us shit ourselves. But did you shit yourself because of being an old senile man? You know what I mean? Like, no, you shit yourself because you were like eating too much fucking Wendy's or some shit. Or you drank too much the night before. I'm not talking about miscalculated farts.
Bagel, and it's like, I'm great.
I don't think there's any science to back this up, but I read that every hour before like 12.
Isn't reading science?
Does it count as science?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I think it's supposed
Somebody
to, like,
takes the time to write something down. That's science.
I think that when it's like been a thing for long enough, it becomes common sense.
To be free and
I can call it
flexible and
common
creative
sense. So that's
is
common
really
sense. Is reading. But every hour before 12 is like a magical hour. It's like if you go to sleep before midnight, like every hour before, like if you go to sleep at like 10, that's amazing. And if you wake up at like 7 or 8 or 9, that's just like so
I start to collapse internally around 4 p.m.
Okay.
And if I'm up till like 2 a.m., it's like, oh, you got to kill yourself. You know, this is...
Jeez, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Good
So
pressure
you wake
to
up
get
at
you to
6.
See, I'm the exact opposite. I've been noticing this thing. It's like the later... I wish I could be like that. With like, I was trying to do it with Big Red in the morning. Doing that at 10. I looked up my stream schedule. I didn't realize how little I streamed this month, which I gotta get those numbers back up. But no, I do this thing where like I just will not. I was doing it last night. I was like forcing myself to stay awake. I don't know. I think it's like some anxiety thing where I just like try to stay awake to try to like get in as much to like. It's like if I feel like I didn't do enough during the day. I don't know. It's a really annoying thing I do. And then you just like stay up 2 hours later than you meant to. And then now if you want to get a good night's sleep, you have to sleep late in the day. And like it happened to me today. I tried to get up at a decent hour and then I just fell back asleep and was like, was asleep till like 10 or 10:30. But yeah, I don't like to, that's why I like to pass out on the couch. I don't want to, because I'm always like just going to lay there and go like, one more thing.
Yeah, 5. During COVID, I was waking up at like 4:30 in the morning.
What was your COVID life like?
Not too much different, just less. I mean, I would go to, I don't really do anything. So yeah, I would like work out in my apartment and play Doom Eternal. I can't remember if that came out. That's my memory of it.
Yeah, Doom Eternal was big during COVID. I got that. I remember actually. I remember fucking Lewis posting about it. Actually, if I can give props to Lewis, he was posting about that, and I was like, "This game looks really good." And I ended up getting Doom Eternal. It was really good, by the way.
of COVID is Doom Eternal.
Okay. You're like a gamer. That's cool. All right.
Sometimes. I've been getting back into it. I've been really letting myself indulge.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the recent game you've played?
What did I was just talking to him about, I played that game Control. They put that on, like the PlayStation as like a streaming service.
Okay.
And it might be, one of the worst games I ever played.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Why is it so horrible?
It's very embarrassing. It's like even sitting there by myself.
This is actually a really interesting interview to watch. Because, like, Mullen has this really... See, I like Mullen when he's just, like, being a guy, just talking. He's a very... I don't know. I've never met him. Or I met him one time. And I said hi to him or something. It was, like, after a show or something. I think I said, like, good set or whatever. I met him, like, one time, but I don't, like, know him. I've only, like, heard him on podcasts and shit. But he's, like, an interesting guy. And when he's just, like, I think he's the most, because he's so, like, such a silly guy all the time. When he's just being normal, he's very interesting. But, like, Mullen, there's actually an interesting dichotomy, because you could see Destiny is, like, Mullen's really just, like, whatever, dude. You know, it's not, but not in, like, a depressing way. He's not, like, trying to be, like, dude, everything's what, he's just, like, he's sitting there with, like, very content energy. And then Destiny is, like, sitting there sort of trying to understand where he fits into this moment and doing, it's like, he's not asking, like, crazy questions, but, like, even the way Destiny asks a question, you can feel in it, like.
PlayStation as like a streaming service. I was just talking to him about, I played that game Control. They put that on, like the PlayStation as like a streaming service.
Okay.
And it might be, one of the worst games I ever played.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Why is it so horrible?
It's very embarrassing.
Yeah, like, really, like, that little moment right there, I'm so sorry. Why is it so horrible? Like, he's not, you can even feel it in that moment. He's not being a genuine person. You know, Mullen may, like, be like, this guy's a fucking retard, blah, 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 something like that. But he's still kind of, like, in the moment, just being a fucking content person.
It's like even sitting there by myself to, like, hear what these characters are saying. And
It's like an anime style game? Or
it's
what?
worse than that.
Okay.
It's
like a Marvel movie.
Yeah, it's like if a bully's idea of anime, if that became something, but it's like it's a female protagonist, which is fine.
Yikes, okay, yeah.
But like a female protagonist by a guy that was probably like, you know what we should have? A female protagonist. So then it comes off as this, like, it's just embarrassing, right? I wasn't prepared to, like, talk in detail about what makes it so, but it's like I was saying, I never really, like, understood what cringe meant, like, exactly until playing this, where I'm like, I can't, like, I just don't want to hear what they're saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
You're way more culturally in tune, I think, than I am. Like, you've seen, like, movies that aren't just the most popular movies, and you like your comedian stuff and everything. I'm kind of curious from your...
to what degree you were culturally
not at all.
in tune or not.
I'm a gamer, and I've seen some anime, basically, and I sit on the computer all day.
Probably on the same...
Okay, but you know, like, more than 2 directors, okay? That's you have, like, a world of knowledge away from me.
Okay.
Actually, I know 3 now, because David Lynch just died, so...
He did?
Yeah.
So you're learning about David Lynch now?
No, but I remember the name, at least. For a few...
Shit like this is funny, too, with... Destiny's such a fascinating person, I gotta be perfectly honest. Where, like... Dude, it's why people joke about it online all the time, but it's why, like, he like, they call him a cuck and shit. But the way he is and the way he tweets stuff, like, I'm trying to, I've thought about this a few times seeing his tweets. The way that he tweets shit, you're like, do you like people calling you retarded? It's like, dude, is this, like, it's like he has this, like, shame fetish. I'm not even trying to be, like, funny about it. Oh, this was really funny, by the way. This was really funny. Here, I'll pull that to the side. But let me see if there's like a good example of it. We gotta be gorilla. Okay, he's posting a clip. Crazy to think people might look back on The Boys as being too subtle with their satire. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That also sounds like a fucking straw man. Like, who's saying that? I wish I had a good example. I apologize, guys. I wish I had a better example. But no, if I find one eventually, I'll throw it up here or whatever. But like sometimes Destiny just tweets in a way where you're like, dude, cause it's weird. He's very like articulate, and he clearly spends like, dude, I'm on his YouTube channel. He has hours of him talking about shit, of him like watching videos. Yeah, he's got like hours of him watching videos and talking about shit. He's just been for hours most days of the week streaming, watching, and you're like, you have a lot of information. And then when he like talks about stuff and relays the information, he just seems very fucking stupid. He's a fascinating person. He's a fascinating person for shit like that. I forget what the point I was trying to make, actually. I got a little too far from it, the point I was trying to make with this is what he just said there. It's like an example of he'll like admit to things where you go, it's almost on par of like, it's like if you were on a boat and the ship captain comes out and he just starts talking. He's just like, I'm not even that good at it. Like, I don't even know which one is starboard. And you go, I feel like you should know that. You drive a boat, sir. You captain a ship. And like Destiny's just like, he's a political social commentator. He's going on talking about people and what people like and what people want and what people need. And he just freely admits, he's like, oh yeah, I don't pay attention to any cultural shit ever. And you're like, I feel like, I'm not saying he's got to watch every fucking movie, but like, I feel like you should be aware of stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because like most people don't spend all their day paying attention to politics. Most people barely look at this shit. Maybe not most people, but a lot of people don't. And even like a lot of people that move culture in the world aren't like just obsessed with politics the way you are. So it's like, if you don't have an understanding of like the popular culture going on, you're not going to be able to understand this shit the same way. You know what I mean? It's shit, like, so he does that shit a lot where he'll just say something and like, don't get me wrong. I think people should be honest and straight up, but there is also too, like, I'll say that it's surprising. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, like I talk about conspiracies. I always talk about government conspiracies. And then if like we were talking about Oklahoma City bombing and someone was like, John Doe 2. And I was just like, what's that? And you're like, well, I mean, everyone's not going to know that, but if you're into the Oklahoma City bombing, you should know what John Doe 2 is. And I'm just like unbothered by that. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. And then someone explains to me, and you're like, well, whatever, dude. There's a lot of stuff and you're like, no. It's kind of like base level shit with that. Like, you kind of should know that. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with, like, I've seen Destiny do it a bunch of times. Just like this weird admitting to like being retarded and not caring. People in OKC don't know what John Doe 2 is. But I'm saying, that's really funny. I'm saying coming from like the conspiracy standpoint. Just like talking, if you're a conspiracy guy, you know, it'd be bad if you didn't know Oklahoma City, and then if you in addition didn't know John Doe number 2, that'd be, because that's like a big part of it. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm just so fucking smart.
Few days.
Have you watched any of his movies?
Somehow, sometimes it'll be famous.
Also, why don't you want to watch movies, dude? That's the other thing. Like, dog, you don't watch movies? Yeah, it's very weird. Yo, give me a couple minutes. I'm actually gonna let me pull back up the Channel 5 news thing. I'm actually like super hungry. So let me here we go. Let me pull this back up and I'll be back in like 5 minutes with some food. I'm gonna make a burrito bowl.
At least Trump has swagger, he's got Americana, and he's a badass.
I definitely think he's learned a lot. I think, while we definitely didn't want the last 4 years, I think he's benefited from 4 years of just seeing what can happen. And now he's got the right team assembled. He knows how to move things around. And I think we're going to see real meaningful change.
Yeah, I'm ready for Elon to really, really, really cut most of the 2 million plus jobs in the federal government out of the equation. And I'm ready to see over 400 bureaucracies here in the United States that are like a cancer in God's U.S. Republic completely abolished. The IRS needs to be abolished.
I would like to see, say, Department of Education gone. I would like to see ATF gone.
Why do you want the Department of Education shut down?
Before the Department of Education, we were ranked 9th in the world. Or no, we were 7th in the world.
In education?
Yes, in education. After the Department of Education, I think today, we are about 14th. No Child Left Behind, drastically dumbed down. The curriculums made it so that students couldn't fail. And then every time the curriculum is seen to be upgraded, the teachers union shut it down.
Interesting. Do you think teachers should be paid more?
No.
Why?
There shouldn't be a public education system.
And I'm ready for Donald John Trump to make Bitcoins a legal tender here, like what has happened in El Salvador with Nayib Bukele.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
What's the benefit of having a cryptocurrency reserve?
Well, with Bitcoins, we have to adapt to that as Americans. We have to have that because if we don't, we're going to be very, very far behind of other nations like El Salvador, who's leading the way.
Yeah.
Those people there.
I guess it's just important to have market regulation when it comes to, Bitcoin because of pump and dump schemes. Like, did you see the Haktua coin?
Right. That's a huge problem. We have Bitcoins. They're incredible. And then we have all the scam coins out there. And there are so many altcoins that are just wreaking havoc.
Yeah, because it's
life
hard.
After life after life.
It's hard because you want to have a free market, but then the crypto world is just so full of scams. It's like you need some element of regulation.
Right. There needs to be some type of thing put in, and hopefully Trump can get it done.
What do you think about this upcoming presidency, bro?
I'm actually Cuban. I was born in Cuba. I came in 2011. First terms for Trump, didn't really agree with him. Didn't really agree with the way that he spoke about immigrants, especially I was not citizen yet. I didn't think about voting on the second term, but something happened. And I saw that Biden took like such a comfortable back seat during July 6th back in Cuba. I don't know if you've heard about the situation.
Tell us about it.
So I think it was 2022. There was a massive revolt all around the island. All the cities were taking to the streets, protesting that they were sick and tired. There's no food. There's no power. The government basically hoards all the resources, and instead of distributing them like they're supposed to, communism, they give it to like the people that were close with them, the agents.
Like Venezuela.
Like Venezuela, exactly, same thing. It was violent. The police were, there are videos of police breaking into like the house of one of the organization leaders. They shot him right in front of the family. You can see like the blood running. It's really sad. I was crying throughout that entire place. Like it was tragic.
And how did Biden respond to the July 6th events?
He didn't do anything. He basically said we're not gonna touch anything revolving around Cuba. We're gonna leave them to their devices. And there's a group of Cubans that today are gonna be having a protest in front of the White House to basically encourage Trump to look at that situation and try to do something, try to help.
Yeah. How long did it take you to achieve citizenship?
Well, for me, it was around 6-7 years. It's not hard. You just gotta know history, learn the history. They literally give you a booklet with the answers.
Jesus. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me about your sign?
Sure. So mine says protect trans kids. There's a lot of discourse about trans people right now. All of the talking points being made are word for word identical to what they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago about gay people.
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
I think if...
Damn, is that how... Hello? Is that... Hey, guys, I'm back. Thanks for staying. Is that how they... Wait, what's this guy talking about?
Jesus. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me about your sign?
Sure. So mine says...
Protect trans kids. Well, yeah, it's a rough one, brother. Also, I like, you can't be tough on crime and elect a felon. It's so funny. It's so, like, I'm not an expert in anything, but, like, I know for a fact, I know, like, just reading these two signs, I go, oh, I know way more than you guys about stuff. Because it's, like, just, you know, it's so interesting to get, like, it's so interesting to clearly know so little and, like, galvanize yourself enough to where it's like, oh, I'm going to protest. That's why it always makes me think, like, how much fucking mental illness there is out there. Because it's like, it's crazy to know so little and then, like, actually get in a car and go to the inauguration and wave the sign around. Because it's like, the trans kid things, it's like, all right, that's just not a thing, man. Come on. And also, you know, even if, like, what are we doing, man? You know, it's like, kids can't make those types of choices. And then, you know, you guys know how I feel about the surgeries. But then it's like, the easier, less rough one to talk about. It's like, you can't be tough on crime and elect a felon. It's like, brother, like, it's like, oh, yeah, all those felonies he got fucking hit for that were like, a lot of them were bullshit. And like the one big one, they had to literally retroactively change the law so he could get in trouble for it. It's like a bunch of shit like that. You know, that when people be like, oh, you're going to elect a felon, you're like, all right, well, first off, okay, so we're just going to act like a shit ton of people in the government aren't as bad or worse than Trump. We're just going to pretend that, you know what I mean? You know, and then it's like, if you actually look into the things he got for, you know, it's a lot of like nefarious extra bullshit.
Protect trans kids. There's a lot of discourse about trans people right now. All of the talking points being made are word for word identical to what they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago about gay people.
It's like,
also too, Slav with fucking, what was that thing that was going around from the trans lady from Orange is the New Black? Talking about how the Nazis got rid of all the like fucking trans books and shit.
like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
I think if kids want to change their name, explore gender identity, do whatever the fuck they want, that's fine. If they at some point want to do something medical about it, then they can have an informed conversation with a parent and or medical professional.
And what threat do you think the next 4 years pose to that?
I mean, Trump said he's going to sign an executive order on day one saying that there are two genders. So there's a pretty imminent threat of getting kicked out of the military, losing.
Oh, I don't mean it like that, Slav. I mean like your kid isn't trans. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, no, you definitely got to worry about them fucking with your kid's head, but I more just mean like your kid's not trans. And I love it too. It's like he's talking about gender affirming care or whatever. Or did he say that? Or he's saying about surgeries, which is, they call it gender affirming care. I put too many spicy peppers in this. This is so hot, but it's so good.
Gender inclusive care. People are going to die from this, and that's really shit.
What does he mean by that? Is it the suicide thing? I don't know. I got to look into I'm not good at the recall and the info on this, to be perfectly honest. Now that I'm thinking about it, but I remember listening to a bunch of shit where it really felt like they were just being like, dude, all their talking points are made up. But I also, dude, I don't have the info to back it up, so I'm not gonna like come at this guy like that. Pause. Yeah, and like that's the truth. What you just said, Slaw, that's the truth of like the transgender thing is most people are like, this is retarded bullshit. But like a lot of people are sort of like lying to themselves because they know they're afraid of the response. They're afraid of the response of being like, yeah, but apparently that like suicide rate thing is like made up. I gotta look into it more, but I was seeing people say like that suicide rate thing's made up. Yeah, it is kind of weird, man. The way that the trans stuff caught on, it's very odd. Because it's just like I remember first hearing about it, it's like, okay, so what's your argument? You're saying eons of biology is wrong, but what, this fucking, middle school, this high school art student, they know what's going on. Like, what are you talking about? And then, on top of that, like, when you start looking into, they act like they can, like, fine-tune the process. And it's like, no, you guys are trying to reverse biology. You can't just do that all haphazardly. You know what I mean? Like, you're prescribing like a medication. You can't just do that haphazardly. And then on top of that, it's like the surgery, the surgery is not, I was joking about it with someone. I go, you're not getting a pussy, you're losing a dick. It's like you're getting an open womb. And that's just the reality of the situation. Like, dude, do what you want, but I'm just letting you know that's what it is. And people realize, like, people ignore the obvious realities of these situations because of they're afraid of the backlash from uninformed people who just have been programmed to, like, spaz about this.
Transgender students in sports became a top issue on the 2024 campaign trail and now a top priority of House Republicans in the new Congress.
The only time that the general public started caring about trans people in women's sports was when they started winning. Like, Leah Thomas isn't even, she's a good swimmer. She's not the best.
Yeah.
There's no
That's also not true. I know a lot of people started hearing about the transgenders in sports because Rogan was talking about it because there was a guy punching ladies in the head.
epidemic of men going into women's sports and sweeping like that's not happening.
Yeah.
And also being on estrogen long term actually like weakens your physical abilities. And medical transition is often necessary to compete in women's sports for trans people. So like
hatred has won, and that is depressing. I cried on election day. I know so many other women.
Why do ultra left people do that all the time? Where they're like, so it's not even a big deal. That's not even a like, dude, talk normal, man. Very weird.
Women who cried on election day. This means that so many people have to go into hiding, can't be themselves. People are, like Grant said, people are gonna die. People are. It's just I'm legitimately terrified for my immigrant friends. I stay awake at night thinking about them, thinking about trans people. Whether or not you think that gay people should exist, trans people should exist, immigrants should be here or not, what I hope we can all come together and understand is that humans are human.
This is why, too, like, I can't take a lot of left-wing people seriously, because it's like their beliefs don't track with logic. Because I bet if you go to this girl and be like, are you pro-gun? Huge chance she's going to say no. And you're like, okay, so trans people are going to die. All these people are going to die, but you... Like, what, you don't believe in, it's so dangerous for all these people, but like you also don't believe in arming yourself and protecting yourself. It's all very weird.
Maybe they did commit a crime. Maybe they do something that you don't agree with. They are still people. The mass deportations of immigrants.
Hey, Biden supported the Vietnam War and killed a lot
The
of
mass
people in
deportation
Vietnam.
of immigrants is
Biden's
going to kill people.
Right? Yeah, Biden.
It's very funny too. Like, I think a lot of this, because like, I don't even think these people are probably fine. They're probably fun if you get a drink. Actually, they're probably not. If they're going to a protest, they're probably not that fun. Or I'm sorry, if they're going to the inauguration to protest, they're probably not that fun. But also at the same time, like, they're just trying to be good people. And I think a lot of these people this sort of happens from wanting to matter. Like, they don't feel like they fucking matter. Because, like, what she just said just was, like, nonsensical.
Can all come together and understand is that humans are humans. Maybe they did commit a crime. Maybe they do something that you don't agree with. They are still people. The mass deportations of.
And you're like, wait, have you, what does that even mean? I don't even fully understand, like, what you're getting at there. Like, okay, what if they committed a crime? What if they're a problem being here? I don't know. It's just not like a full thought.
Of immigrants.
Hey, Biden supported the Vietnam War and killed a lot
The
of
mass
people in
deportation
Vietnam.
of immigrants is
Biden's
going to kill people.
Right? Yeah, Biden's shit. Okay, great.
What are your thoughts on the whole like mass deportation issue?
Mass deportation. My wife is Mexican. Like I said, I live by the border. I love the Mexican people. There's a lot of good people. We definitely start at the top, meaning the worst, and work our way down. You know, necessarily not so many, all these little, people with their families or people second generation, this and that. Let's not get too carried away. We'll start with the worst and we'll work our way down. When you got murderers and rapists in San Diego County, we have not just a sanctuary city, we have a super sanctuary city where not only can you not tell ICE if there's a problem with an illegal alien, you can't tell them even if they committed armed robbery or rape. They're like, no, what about the poor rapists and armed robbery? We can't send them back. We can't tell ICE.
We will not allow our local resources to be used for actions that separate families.
So they don't want to use the resources, which is what they calling ICE, just because they want to protect illegal aliens. I think the people that are doing these laws are actually paid off by the cartel. It's a crazy conspiracy. I know. It's one thing having immigration, but when you just have a total open border, and then when they come in, they get free health care, they get free cell phones, they get free hotels when our homeless people are living on the streets. I mean, come on, people. We got to do this legally, right?
We need to have a very solid immigration policy so we keep attracting the best talents across the world to this land to build it up, build the economy, build companies, hire employee people, I pay tax, and I want my tax to benefit my neighbors, my country, and my children, and my neighborhood, my community, right? I don't want other countries to take advantage of United States people.
Scientology's a cult. Thank you.
Are you a Scientologist?
Nope.
Do you think
Women and children.
do you think that we're Scientologists?
Nope. Just getting the message out. That's all.
Okay, what's the worst thing Scientology's done?
They use children for auditing, so 8, 9, 10-year-olds are asking grown men about masturbation.
It's actually an insane thing to interrupt with. I'm just going to interrupt people with a camera to talk about Scientology.
And anal sex.
That's not good. Do you feel like
hashtag save the children?
Are you hoping for like exoneration for the January 6th people?
I am indeed. In fact, I was down there at the vigil for the J6ers down on Freedom Corner with Mickey Withoff, who is Ashley Babbitt's mother. In fact, I have Ashley Babbitt's ashes in this necklace right here. I made this necklace with Ashley Babbitt's ashes.
What? The fuck did he just say?
I made it for her and her husband.
This morning, new details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer.
And I was down there and I was told that the word on the street is the guards were told to stay late tonight to help release the prisoners.
Are they being held in D.C. right now?
Oh, yeah. They're not far from here, a few miles down the street.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Any message to the American people before we go?
You should go watch his movie. This guy makes some great documentaries. I went to his premiere. It was freaking awesome. Thanks, brother.
I appreciate you, Matt. Thanks, Doc. Have a good one.
If you missed it, just 5 days ago, we dropped our first ever independent film called Dear Kelly, a project that's being received quite well across.
Oh, I got to watch that, by the way. Literally, it was like my third day in Austin. Lemaire and Gardini were hosting a Q&A for the documentary, and I was hanging out, and they were like, "Yo, come along," and I got to see that. It's very fucking good. You should check it out.
The political spectrum. It explores the life, backstory, and beliefs of a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I met at a White Lives Matter rally in 2021.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Clintons.
The film was shot over the course of 3.5 years, documenting Kelly's radicalization, his quest for revenge against a private lender, and his family's attempts to pull him out of the rabbit hole and put family first. The film is currently being self-hosted and privately distributed at www.dearkellyfilm.com for the low rental cost of $5.55. So if you want to support us and see the movie, head on over. All right, back to the streets of DC.
Oh yeah, we are surrounded by ancient pagan symbols, from the obelisk there, which may be the biggest obelisk in the world, to the dome there of Isis, the ever-pregnant womb of Isis in the occult mindset. That's what that is. With the apotheosis of George Washington, which is that mural inside the dome, which represents that Masonic future that so many Masons are into having, where they ascend as a god into some type of paradise. It's not from the Bible, and I'm totally against all that. I'm standing here for Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Lord of the heavens and the earth.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. You're here for Jesus Christ. However, the pagan symbology is also important.
Well, it's not important to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because the plan that was put in place to build Washington, D.C. was a plan, in fact, to honor the ancient gods. And the plan was not to honor Jesus Christ. The people who designed this place, the main people, were into it to honor their Masonic god, who is Satan, recorded about in the King James Version Bible.
Who do you think was controlling Biden behind the scenes?
Obama was definitely a key player. But again, in my research, Obama is more like a manager in Satan's hierarchy. He's got the World Economic Forum, he's got the UN, he's got King Charles and the monarchy, Satan. He's got so many different groups that have extreme amounts of power compared to me.
Yeah. Do you think that there's kind of like a second deep state forming around Trump?
Well, just protect Trump from having that happen, God. Please help him not to make the same mistakes that he made when he was the 43rd president of the United States, God.
And where do you get most of your news and information from?
X, not just Infowars.com with Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah. Elon hit a sick fucking Zig Heil today.
Did you use X back when it was in control of Jack Dorsey?
Well, I did, and I got suspended multiple times.
Was that kind of a wake-up call for you, just having your account taken down multiple times?
I was really aware of that type of thing back in 2013 when I started listening to Alex Jones. He started to wake me up to how things really work in a general way. How we're in a war, and there's a group called the Globalists, and they want to depopulate the Earth, and they want to get it down to under 500 million people.
Yeah.
And they want to bring in their new world order system, their technotronic state where you can't buy or sell without the mark of the beast. It's right there in the book of Revelation, the King James Version Bible. I mean, we may live in that time. We may go through it. I'm ready to die for Jesus. I'm never taking the mark of the beast no matter what.
What's the mark of the beast?
It could be a microchip in your hand, this one, your right one, or your left one, and then maybe it's some type of Neuralink chip in your head.
Yeah.
Or maybe something more advanced than that.
Yeah.
Some people have said the nanoparticulates, or however you
Yo, Slav, don't be mean. Why are you being mean? Don't be mean.
said, in those bioweapon shots from Big Pharma are some type of mark of the beast thing. But, I don't know.
Hey, man, well, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate you. And our show's called Channel 5. Be sure to check it out, man. Appreciate you, dude.
You're awesome.
Thank you. You're awesome, too.
Thank God for his life.
Yeah, man.
I love you.
You, too.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority. Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Oh, what is this? Oh, shit. I didn't want to watch this. I don't know what this is.
Misdirectors, and I'll be like, oh, yeah, I've seen a lot of his stuff. I don't know if I've actually seen any David Lynch stuff.
What you should start with is his Dune.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. He hated it, I think. And it is weird, but it's. Do you like Dune?
I didn't like Dune 1 that much. I thought it was kind of boring. I thought Dune 2 was okay.
I didn't see 2. I think I don't. I've seen the David Lynch Dune.
Okay.
And then I saw the TV miniseries, and then I saw this one with the boy. But I've seen all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I could not tell you a single thing about the story.
Okay.
I don't know anything. That I've just my eyes roll. I'm like, oh, it's like Star Trek kind of.
Same way. I know more from reading the books and watching the movie and watching YouTube videos, but reading the book, it just goes over my head.
I don't actually know. Actually, there's a boy, and he has the voice, and he.
I would challenge anyone that just saw only the new one to tell me what that movie's about.
I feel like the problem with a lot of,
and if you can meet that challenge, you're disinvited from the contest.
Damn.
But if you have,
it's got to be funny.
Yeah,
I can't know the answer.
We're doing a pre-contest where we check to see if you know, and then if you do, you're disqualified.
Do you think the whole like woke stuff for media, like you spoke about like the cringy woman protagonist lead, do you think that was like overblown? Or do you think
it's not a woke thing. It's that it's this like kind of like, it's just this it's a very like hot topic kind of vibe. It's not the woke. It's the game's not woke at all.
Sure.
It's like a woman with like, she's got like supernatural intuition, and her brother was kidnapped, and he's like crazy, dude. He's like so crazy, and so he's so crazy that the government needs his mind, and then it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like, you know.
What does this have to do with it being a woman protagonist over a guy protagonist?
It's a woman protagonist written by a man who I'm assuming has never had sex. It's like a gay, like.
Is she bad at writing, or what's like the indicator in the game?
You know,
it's like, wow, this is definitely not.
You've always played games, right?
Yeah.
And maybe when you were 10, you would be like, wouldn't it be cool if my girlfriend played games also? If I had it, and you've never had a girlfriend. Okay. And then you become an adult, and if your girlfriend also plays video games, you're like, get the away from me.
Okay.
You know,
She's
should
slowing you down, yeah.
Yeah, well, not slowing me down. It's like, I don't want to do the same thing.
Oh, okay.
You have to have your own interests. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like a fictional. I don't even know if that's really the problem. It's just very embarrassing. It gives me a yes, very much like a hot topic, cringe. Like I'm twisted. You know what I mean? Like that kind of vibe, and that's what I hate about it.
Okay, I'm saying okay, but I don't think I have any idea what you mean at all. Actually, no.
God fucking damn!
I just don't understand what you're all saying.
It just sucks.
Okay,
I don't
it
like.
sucks.
I didn't.
Gotcha. It's cringy. It's poorly written.
You know what you can't do to me is you can't ever ask why.
Okay.
Right. So if I say
that's good.
something,
we're vibes. We're all vibing. We're about the vibes.
If I say something, right, and even if it's nonsense, you go totally.
Totally. Okay.
Right. Totally.
Okay.
If you say why, you come on, man. You're throwing fucking sand in the wrenches. Now you go totally right, exactly.
Okay.
That analogy doesn't mean anything. What is that? What does that mean? Nothing, right?
Totally, I got you.
Yeah,
I
right,
understand
exactly.
Now we're on the same wavelength.
Right, yeah. That's jazz. That's jazz.
That's jazz.
That's jazz.
Just random, go with the flow, collateral, right?
Sure. See, now you made it make sense for me.
Yeah.
I just said that's jazz. I don't know what that means.
Absolutely.
But there we go. Okay.
Have you seen Collateral? If you've tuned into my stream basically at all in the past few years, one of the things that I've been complaining about over and over and over again is how horrible the media environment is. Help me with that. To Lance are right wild again on it, as well as stories. Almost if news / here.
Collateral. No, I'm just nervous. This is.
See you on Ground News. Go here, drink, because you keep trying to drink, and I ask you.
I got one sip in.
Okay.
I got one.
I feel
sip
like I'm interrupting you.
Collateral. No, I'm just nervous. This is like, I have no idea what to expect coming into this. You told me you got.
Didn't we give you like a whole packet of like show prep or whatever?
No, they gave me nothing. But also, it's like I come in, you're making fun of my clothes. You're like, you look like a kid. And
I didn't make fun of your clothes, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, not okay. So, also this is nice. I like this outfit. Okay, to be clear. It was the people behind the scenes who were like, "Can we actually put him on looking like that?" And I'm like, "No, he's fine. He's good."
Clearance at Patagonia, or not Patagonia.
North Face. You do a lot of snowboarding?
No, none.
Skiing?
No, nothing. What I do a lot of is staying warm, and I got these at what the f is it? Paragon Sports on clearance last spring. So they were like throwing them out. I got these for like $35. They're like $200 pants or something. I'm assuming they're $500 pants, and I got them for nothing.
That's an amazing savings.
But then I just bought them, and so they were new. And, so I wanted to wear them, but it was already like close to April. So I was sweating pretty bad in the studio. And then I spilled an entire jar of paint all over red paint. and it splattered all over them. And I had to spend.
What were you doing with the jar of red paint?
I don't know what we painted the. Oh, I hired my friend. If any, I don't know if anyone's watched the Adam Friedland show outside of your.
Yeah. Oh, we watched so many episodes on stream.
Well, you probably haven't seen it very early on. So initially it was just like, we had a podcast and then we didn't, and it was like, let's just do something else. And I was like, let's rent a studio space. And like, there was an idea to have it become what it is now, but like,
get water real
we
quick.
didn't know how to do. We didn't know what to do at all. We like figured it out on the fly. So for the first month or so, we were shooting like test episodes. We would call them like test episodes. And there's one early one. If you see, I'm dressed up like Dracula, and Adam interviews Dracula. Dracula was technically the first guest on the show.
Okay.
And my friend John, I hired to paint the studio, and that was the day he was there. So the man's ass that like swings behind Adam's head on the ladder, that's John. And John's very kind. John's like a props guy, and he's good at what he does. But he came in to paint, and he told us that those things, the sprinkler, I think those are those risers? When sprinklers go laterally, when like fire suppression is, I don't know.
Is it on risers? Are those like the
No, I
things that
think
hold it up, or?
there's a name for when pipes go up and down, and there's one for when they're just lateral.
Okay.
And now I see this one's painted red, and John said, "Oh, you have to paint those red. That's code." And then the landlord came in. He's from Ukraine, and
How does that matter?
Well, because you love Ukraine.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought maybe aren't you like a Ukraine guy?
Sure. Okay. Awesome. Okay. I'm way more connected to this story now that you told me.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Okay,
You're
go
like,
ahead.
oh, I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
to get
Okay.
interesting.
Now I know why.
He's like, what do you paint? You can't paint this red. Those are the red. Only the ones up and down are red. This one, no, you got to do that all over again, right? So that's why we had the red paint, is so that John could paint those. But he got there's like 2 pipes, and there's like 9 buckets. There's like all these extra buckets of red paint sitting around.
Why weren't they already painted red? Did you install like a new fire suppression
Because I don't
system
think
in
they
the
have
studio?
to be. I don't think it's code that they have to be painted red. I think only the ones in the hallway that go up and down have to be painted red.
Okay,
so
so
the
they
whole
just-
room was white, I guess, and then we painted the walls black, and then the office hunter green.
Is this a studio that I was in, or is this a different?
it was
oh,
one you
okay.
were in, yeah.
Then they let you paint that studio.
Well, it's a commercial space. You can do whatever the you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. I hope that's the rule.
Well, if the
I've,
Ukrainian
drilled
landlord
into
came
the
in and he
structure
okayed it,
of
then
the
it's probably
building. We
fine.
put in like all that. What's that?
If the Ukrainian landlord
Oh,
came
he hates it. He hates that, anything that you do.
What year was
He's
this?
like, what is this? Did you do this? Why is what the plant's going to, the whole building going to turn into plant if you do this?
He let
Come
you
on,
stay,
guys,
right?
you're
Yeah, you're
crazy.
good.
Yeah, he's always doing this move, and he's got pointy shoes. He's got these
Like
little,
Santa Claus?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, he's got these little pointy shoes, and he goes, "Come on, you guys, you do this." And he goes off.
Is he like older, like 60s, or like?
He's probably in his late 60s. Yeah, yeah, nice
Jeez.
guy.
How long have you lived in New York?
I love Slav and Derek arguing over immigration in the comments. Destiny asked Mullen what he does, and now Mullen has successfully led Destiny off topic with nonsense. I really love Mullen. I love Mullen's thing where you're like listening to him and you're like, wait, why are we talking about this? And he's just going into a whole thing about painting the fucking the beam. Nick Mullen gave me an STD. Nice, dude.
New York for?
11 years. And that's the other thing too. And I say, okay.
Okay.
Because I feel like I'm boring you. And
No, I'm listening. I'm captivated.
Oh, okay.
Listening. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we can't see the chat. It's over here saying, why is he talking
No,
about
no, they're spamming like LOL. This is
why is he talking
the
about
funniest thing.
Why is he talking about pipes right now? I don't know. Who is this guy? Super Mario over here talking about all these goddamn pipes he's talking? They're probably calling me fucking, like, this guy thinks he's Super Mario. Well, he's
The
not.
transat.
He's fucking not, dude. That's what they're saying about me.
Who'd you live before you New York?
Well, no, I wanted to say this.
Oh,
'cause
you wanted to
here's
say something,
the-
yeah.
Yeah, so my vague understanding of things is
Sorry, I don't mean to make you guys just watch me watch this, but this is very entertaining. I liked also too Destiny trying to go on to another thing and then him go, no.
dude. That's what they're saying about me.
Who'd you live before you New York?
Well, no, I wanted to say this.
Oh, you wanted to say something, yeah.
Yeah, so my vague understanding of things is you're
Of New York,
and,
or?
well, no. So you're like, there's like, so the Democrats need to get on the internet somehow, right? In vague terms, that's sort of what's
vague. That's a very
not your
macro.
your goal in particular, but that's something that's being considered. It's like
Democrats are trying to
figure out a new
figure
media
out how to
strategy, something like that.
Yeah.
And you're involved in that, and,
something like that. Yeah.
And then, is this true or not? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you do have, part of this beef with Hassan is like this, like, sort of fissure between the online liberals and the online leftists, which you see as being.
I don't know where you're going with this. So I'll say roughly.
Where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
I have perceived some disdain for like the New York set, whatever you want to call the New York socialists or whatever. I feel like you don't like New York.
I love New York as a city.
But that's the kind of stuff you don't like. And I'm going to say you can't come to Bushwick. You can't come here and stay in Bushwick and be like you're putting yourself in that position.
I can totally do that.
No, you should be staying.
And I can bring my people. I can turn these people
I know.
to be more like me.
Those guys don't listen.
We're just flying bush
There's a
flags,
75-year-old man doing
Iraqi freedom.
kickflips outside. This is not the neighborhood where you can go to one of the Seinfeld neighborhoods, Go
What's
to
that?
Upper West Side,
That's in the city still, right?
It's in the city, yeah. Go see a better part of New
Who
York.
said I was going to move here?
I didn't say you were going to move here.
Well, why are you telling me I can't then?
I didn't say no. I'm saying when you come to visit.
Oh.
If you have a negative perception of New York, don't come to Bushwick.
I have a really positive perception of New York.
Okay, then I was wrong.
I like New York.
Then I was wrong.
My issue with a lot of the
And Hassan doesn't even live here.
Of course. This is my issue with the political people, okay? Is that like people on the right will hate everything. They'll hate America, the system, the government, whatever.
But they love hats.
They do like
and
hats.
That's relatable.
But more importantly, they like voting.
Yeah.
And people on the left will hate everything. They're like, this is why we're not going to vote for either of them. And it's like, well, okay, well, this isn't working. I think that's my big issue.
Is that they don't vote.
Yeah.
So if they voted, if
Hassan said every single thing the exact same, but he was like, we got to vote for the Dems in the election, I'd be like, okay, fine. I still disagree with a lot of what he says, but I'd be like 1,000 times more okay with it.
You think he didn't vote?
No.
Yeah. That's probably right.
Yeah.
I guess. But this time.
Wait, what? That's like his big issue? Oh, but they don't vote.
Kickflips outside. This is not the neighborhood where you can go to one of the Seinfeld neighborhoods, Go
What's
to
that?
Upper West Side,
That's in the city still, right?
It's in the city, yeah. Go see a better part of New York.
Who said I was going to move here?
I didn't say you were going to move here.
Well, why are you telling me I can't then?
I didn't say no. I'm saying when you come to visit.
Oh.
If you have a negative perception of New York, don't come to Bushwick.
I have a really positive perception of New York.
Okay, then I was wrong.
I like New York.
Then I was wrong.
My issue with a lot of the
And Hassan doesn't even live here.
Of course. This is my issue with the political people, okay? Is that like people on the right will hate everything. They'll hate America, the system, the government, whatever.
But they love hats.
They do like
and
hats.
That's relatable.
But more importantly, they like voting.
Yeah.
And people on the left will hate everything. They're like, this is why we're not going to vote for either of them. And it's like, well, okay, well, this isn't working. I think that's my big issue.
Is that they don't vote.
Yeah.
So if they voted, if
Hassan said every single thing the exact same, but he was like, we got to vote for the Dems in the election, I'd be like, okay, fine.
It's such like a fucking. I don't even know exactly what to say. It's just such like a fucking. Like, that's your big thing? People who don't. I'm trying to like conceptualize like where his head's at on that. You're like, who give a shit? Who gives a shit? Like, statistically your vote doesn't fucking matter. Oh, please, give me a whole fucking article before you actually give me the fucking number. 244 million. Brother, please. Why is my computer slowing down? Please don't slow down. This is upsetting. Voting is gay. Yeah, it's just like. It's this weird mindset that, like, okay, here we go. Okay, 77 plus 75. What's that, like 153? $152. Hell yeah, dude. So fucking smart. 152 million. Wait a minute. What's the U.S. population? Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people voted this year. That's crazy. Yeah, okay. So, like, yeah, 1 in 152 million. That's like the percentage you have of affecting the election. And then it's like, well, also too, like someone like Hassan, he lives in California. You know what I mean? Like, he's left wing. What is it like? It doesn't matter if he votes. Like, California is gonna go fucking blue no matter what, right? Yeah, California and New York went fucking blue, so it's like, what's the fucking point of voting? You know what I mean? And I get it too. Like, I had my whole thing earlier where it's like, you know, I get it, but like realistically, you know, even if all the right-wing people in those states who are like, what's the fucking point, and they still went out to vote, they would still lose. There's just so many left-wing people in those states. So, like, there's that. There's, like, statistically, your vote is irrelevant, especially, too, depending on the state. Like, California or Texas has been a little weird the past couple years, but it's like realistic. Texas is going blue. I think they shift Florida, but you know, that's not happening over like little shit, but it's like generally speaking, like Pennsylvania is a little up in the air. I could see that, but like, dude, this idea that it's such like a lazy way to discount opinions and like feel superior. But like, oh, you don't get to complain if you didn't vote. And you're like, what? What? It's like, what? Oh, because of this system that we're like held hostage in the middle of? I didn't like abide by it, so I don't get an opinion. It's like, what are you talking? It's such like a little thing to give him this like level of superiority over people where it's just like, it's not that big of a fucking deal. If you didn't vote, you can still talk shit. I don't care. It's like, it's a way to not have to deal with the actual issues. Cause that's like Destiny's problem is there's just a lot of things like, and I think you could say this coming from a right or left wing perspective. There's a lot of things he's just like fucking wrong about, like, or incredibly disingenuous. You know what I mean? Like when I remember listening to talk about Israel-Palestine, he's like incredibly disingenuous about that. Or there's been, I feel like I saw a thing. You know what? No, I can't remember. I was like, remember how Sam, what the fuck's his name? Not Sam Cedar. That guy sucks ass, but not Sam Cedar. The fucking, who's the soft-spoken guy who was like, Biden could have dead kids in his basement and I wouldn't care. Whoever the fucking that guy is. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little tired. I'm not on my game today, guys. I'll be back tomorrow and be more on my game. But today I'm not on my game. But yeah, it's like that's just like a tactic people do. That's just like a tactic a lot of people do where it's like they don't have to like argue a point. And it's like, well, I just don't take, you know what I mean? It'd be one thing if it was like, well, it's like, you know why I don't take Hassan seriously? Because he's not like, I don't think he's really a socialist like he says he is. You know, it's like, dude, you can't and I don't know what car he has now, but, you know, remember when he, like, bought that Lamborghini? Like, if you own a Lamborghini, you're not really a socialist. You're just, like, I love how there's this huge debate about it where it's like, oh, he's not allowed to have a car, or, you know, he can get nice things for him. I go, sure. But if you have a Lamborghini, you're not a socialist. Like, if you're a socialist, you should, and I'll let everyone who's a socialist live upper middle class life. You know, I think technically if you're a socialist, you should figure out the median income of a family and live off that. But I'll even be a little generous and give you like a little bit above that. But if you're a fucking socialist, you should have to live the same way average people do, because it's like, you know, you're of the people and shit like that, right? Or was that how they say it? But regardless, whatever the saying is. You know, so it's like, no, if you own a Lamborghini, you're not a socialist. So like Hassan talks a lot of shit, but doesn't really live it. That's what I would give him shit for. To just sit there and go like, he doesn't go out and vote. You're like, okay. Like, when's the last time California went red? Reagan? You're like, okay. He didn't vote in the most liberal fucking state in the country, short of, you know, like New York and shit, or Oregon, or whatever the fuck. You're like, okay, what's he wrong about? Tell me what he's wrong about. Tell me how he's a hypocrite or whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck that he didn't vote. Such a lazy, like, it's such, like, I think dudes like him, because Destiny has openly admitted, like, he's just into it for, like, winning arguments and stuff like that. He's, like, just into shit like this for, like, winning arguments and stuff. You know, that's why he likes to do these debates. So, like, what are you saying? Andy, anchor babies don't possess... Okay, you guys are still arguing about that? That's so funny. Last time New York was red was 1980. Yeah, dude, even if, like, I don't know, even if it is like a fucking swing state, your opinions aren't null and void because you didn't go out and vote. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily, you know, like if you voted for Trump this year, and then if he eventually bombs people, that's not like on you. You know, just because you voted for Trump and then he let, like, you know, he let Fauci happen and shit. You know, that's not on you. You're forced into this fucked up system. And if you think, you know, that's why a lot of like libertarians voted for Trump this year, that they're like, oh, Trump, there's a chance Trump will be noticeably better than Kamala. I completely get that. But also at the same time, like, if you don't, you know, you can make the argument it's not the most practical thing to do, but with how insignificant your fucking vote is, if you stay home and don't vote, and also if you don't want to vote because you don't want to, like, co-sign the system, you're still allowed to fucking talk shit about it. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. I still disagree with a lot of what he says, but I'd be like 1,000 times more okay with it.
You think he didn't vote?
No.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
Because it, like, the reason it annoys me, it just, like, it assumes a lot. It just kind of assumes that it's like, well, obviously this is the system we have to do. And you're like, no, it's not. Like, you know what I mean? It just assumes too much. And it's very annoying.
But this time it was like, what, genocide versus abortion or whatever?
Well, it would have been genocide versus genocide plus abortion and everything else, if you think it's genocide. Because it's not like Trump's going to be better on it, right? Or do you think Trump has a lot of love for Palestinians?
What didn't the ceasefire I don't know. I just, look, I mean, I have the Apple News app, so I don't know. But from what I...
Yeah, didn't Trump just... I wanted to look into that because I thought that was like... Trump took credit for that, and then like Biden took credit for that, and oh yeah, those pardons. Oh, Trump hit some pardons. I definitely want to read that. Biden pardon Fauci. Trump. Cease? Yeah, let's go. Ceasefire. Spelled it right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump did that. Oh, here we go. Why no way? Is that the right? Who is Steve Witkoff? Trump's man at the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire talk. And is said to have played a key role in the Gaza ceasefire deal. Yeah. Is both the... He just pardoned Larry Hoover? Which guy's that? What do I know that name? Oh, shit. No shit. That's crazy. Fuck, too many articles. All right, let's close some of these down. Too many articles. Oh. Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I'm a little sleepy. Oh, yeah. Let me show you this before I close it down. It was very funny. Oh, it was fucking, 27, Ohio. Notre Dame losing. Yeah, Shane's not gonna be happy. Holy shit. This goddamn website. It's not even worth it. No, this was just really funny because Dave Rubin sucks ass. Like, he used to be really good, and then something happened, and then he was just like a boring shell for Israel. Just making every like boring pro-Israeli argument that can be like, you know, just kind of taken apart very easily. But no, this went around.
Bold statement. Here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire. I will retire at the end of that term. That will be it. I will disappear in just over 4 years. 4 years and about a month and a half. That'll be it. That's how convinced. I will just disappear from public life altogether. I will delete all of my accounts, and then you'll never hear from me again. That's how convinced I am that it ain't going to happen. He will not be president for 4 years. He either won't be president at all because of the election fraud and all that kind of stuff, which, by the way, is gaining momentum. We're not even really covering it that much today, but it is actually gaining momentum. And Giuliani was at a hearing in Arizona today. They found some really bizarre stuff. I think in Pennsylvania, Rand Paul was tweeting about it this morning. I mean, there's just some stuff going on, but I do not think that...
These people are very weird. He's clearly, like, I don't know what his fucking deal is. Like, I've talked about it before. I try not to throw out grifter too willy-nilly, and there's a lot of people that get called grifters that are just stupid people. Not everyone's just like a fake phony, not everyone's just like a person who's lying. And then there's a lot of people who are like, they just kind of like go with the flow. So it's not really like you saw it with it's so funny. You saw it with Snoop Dogg recently. He was at like the Trump inauguration, or he was doing like a DJ set before, like the day before or something like that. And it's like, dude, Snoop was saying some crazy shit where it's like, you know, calling Trump, like back in the a couple of years ago, just saying some crazy shit, like if you're a Trump supporter and how bad of a person you are and how bad of a person Trump is. And it was just like some aggressive. And then now he's DJing at like a Trump rally or some shit like that. And he's just having the time of his life. And you're like, that's an insane. And you're like, oh, okay. He didn't care. He's just doing whatever gets him. He's just doing whatever kind of like gets him props and shit like that. And with like, you know, he's just making some fucking money, which I'm not even mad about that part, but it's the kind of people that like had that immense energy of, they had that like immense energy against Trump. And now you're like, you know, it's the people like calling him fucking Hitler and shit like that. Now you're just going to like fucking DJ his events. Fucking insane. Now, Snoop Dogg's just like a whole phony, and he's doing like an about face. Dave Rubin, his thing, like, I don't know what his thing is exactly. Part of me thinks he might just be fucking stupid, but I don't know. Whenever I see people with the, excuse me. Well, this is funny too. If you look at his YouTube channel, I realize I used to watch his YouTube channel a lot because
to start with the obvious.
I used to watch his YouTube channel a lot because he would have really interesting interviews. Like if you go back in the day, I don't know what that is. What is this? Oh no. Oh yeah. Okay. So here, Ben Shapiro. He had a long interview with Ben Shapiro. But dude, look, this is what his YouTube channel is now, actually. You know, he's been doing it so much, the more popular ones have like overgrown it. But like, dude, this is what his YouTube channel is.
Hey guys, I'm away in Israel this week, but little known podcaster Joe Rogan, well, I think this guy's gonna make it.
At this national championship.
Okay, so he's got about 6 seconds of himself. Brother, his YouTube channel is just him reposting people's podcast clips. It's insane.
Biden or the Biden administration or whoever was still in charge at the end, they went out with a bang. They really did, because they issued a whole bunch of pardons to...
Oh, is he on Rumble now? Is that what it is? Am I just like misunderstanding it? I mean, posting a 1.5-minute clip is also crazy. It's like, how are we going to get like any real substance in your shit? You're just posting a 1.5-minute clip. Snoop, Derek, I wouldn't say it like that, but I know what you mean. I'm just being funny. Yeah, I don't know. This shit's fucking, but I don't know what Dave, cause oh shit, did Gardini do Lucas's show? That's funny. Yeah, I don't really know what I don't know yet what Dave Rubin's fucking deal is on that shit. He sucks ass regardless, but it's like crazy to see his YouTube channel is just like a fucking, he just reposts podcast clips and shit. He did catch a body, yeah.
What Apple?
Oh, yeah. They had this. As both the United States President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump try to take credit for Israel and Hamas agreeing to a ceasefire deal in Gaza, a relatively unknown political newcomer in Trump's incoming team has emerged as a key figure in sealing the deal. Steve Whitcock, a New York real estate developer and investor, was reportedly instrumental in delivering the message to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Trump wanted the deal in place by the time he takes office next week. So yeah, like Trump had like a huge thing to do with it. Yeah, I don't know. Destiny's just because I think Destiny is either very stupid or very comfortable lying. And both of those are well, one's funny. I mean, it's insane how many people, because I talked about it before, he's had these like epic moments where you're like, dude, you're very stupid. You're a very, very stupid guy, dude. But if you like see his shit, the dude gets like views still. Yeah, I mean, he's like averaging like 100,000 views on a video. What does he do, by the way? Does he just watch?
What does this have to do with friends? I think this is naive. I'm sorry.
Why is it not Putin's failures or Russia's failures to avoid war? Why is all of the agency placed on the victim here, the defender, right? These are the kinds of people that our country is supposed to exist for, and we failed. How are you as an American spread the propaganda pieces about Zelensky and his wife are shopping in New York? Where are Putin's videos of him being on the front line? Zelensky is like daily filming videos in places that people don't even know if it'll be under Ukrainian control in 2 or 3 days. Places that are actively being sieged or bombed.
I have never talked to Vladimir Putin, but I have a feeling he is ready because Donald Trump is ready. I hope you are ready.
Everybody's ready for peace but you, Zelensky. What's the Lex counter to that?
There were waves of Russian on the first day who said he ran away. I had to go out into the street. I left the office and
Did you just watch the podcast all day?
will come again.
To make it clear, let's describe.
Proud Varangians. So I wonder, is that
Gonna hold elections in your country, like, you know, like real ones, not where you win like 90+% of the vote. Like, when are you gonna, like, bro, these are bullshit ass questions.
When do you think you'll hold elections? Because we don't know, part of the martial law, elections were suspended and they were delayed and delayed and delayed. And I think the next sort of plan is in February.
I don't even think I think that's already baked into the Ukrainian constitution. Like, that's already part of the rule of the country, is that during times of war, I don't think they...
No shit. Not that I'm not just sitting here watching an interview of him, but... This is a positive influence song, hip hop song. Well, I'm gonna have to be hesitant about that because I can't trust you, Slav. Hey, I don't. I've spent 3 hours and I haven't begged for money. If you guys have an Amazon Prime, please consider subscribing. And if you got a couple bucks, please consider subscribing or just sending me the money or just checking some shit out or clicking a link down below. I appreciate everyone hanging out with me. This is all very fun. But I love hanging out with you. It's all very fun. Also, just throw it out there. If you got a couple bucks you don't need, let me have it. Give me your money. Give me your fucking money. Oh yeah, Zelensky wearing his fucking outfit. Fetterman wearing his stupid outfit.
You should get on ground.news/DGG.
Do they
to
have
go
an-
to
oh, is that
50% discount code
You have
for the
your own
Vantage
news
plan.
now, or do you have a promo code
Sponsor
for the
for
news?
it. Yeah, that's
all.
Fair and balanced. There you go.
I need to figure out how to do that. I just have like kratom companies, which is fine because I've had a kratom problem in the past, so that makes sense.
That's good.
That they
I
would
find that when your sponsor links go through like Tor, to buy the product,
yeah, right.
probably not.
What I don't like is that.
You can't play anymore because you always cheating. So
I'm not listening to that. Do you keep sending me the same one? What are you sending me, dope? I like hearing 21 Savage over those beats. Do you guys ever watch Hate Watch? You guys know Devin Costa? 1/3 of Lemon Party. Very funny. I haven't listened to Hate Watch in a minute, actually. I used to listen to that pretty regularly, but I fell off for some reason.
Hello? Hey, buddy, the new ep of the podcast came out.
Oh, cool.
You might want to skip the comments on this one.
What happened in the comments?
Just don't even look at it. Yeah, anyway, I gotta go. It's okay, though. All right. It's fine.
Hello? What the hell? Fuck my tits. Nope. Don't read the comments. Don't read the comments. It was around this time that I began to think my imagination of the comments must be worse than the actual comments themselves. I was wrong. Gotta get in shape now. Too much partying has ruined my body. There will be no more weakness. I will become so strong that a comment can never hurt me again. One day they love you, and the next day they throw you aside like trash. Make no mistake, it will happen to everyone eventually. We all die alone. If I cannot bring joy, then this can only mean I am meant to bring pain. My laugh might sound fake, but I assure you, your cries will sound real. When I see myself on the podcast now, I no longer recognize the person I'm looking at. A stranger on a screen. Faded memories from a time long forgotten. All I see is hate now. And war. You're making me want to level a high-rise. For I am become Shaw, destroyer of laughs. And when the cloud of VX nerve gas dissipates, and you rush home to find the blistered and dissolved flesh of your loved ones, you will think of me. If you are anything like me, I urge you to join me spilling blood in the street. What the hell? Who's calling me now? Hello.
Hey, Joey. Yeah, the Patreon just came out, and everyone in the comments loves you now.
Okay. I'm glad to get it, but...
They're saying they were all wrong about you, got it wrong.
Thank you so much, Derek, for the gifted sub. You're the goddamn man.
And they love you now. Anyway, we're getting sushi downtown at 1 if you want to come.
Yeah, I'll see ya. I'll see you down there.
Joey?
What a weird day for me. I've got to take a chill pill or something because I went way overboard on that. I don't know if I should keep podcasting if I'm going to act like this after. Anyways.
Yeah, dude, Jamaican me want to level a high rise is so fucking funny. Wait, what is this? Why is Coffeezilla saying I hate my life?
The world is on the brink of war. We need Captain America.
I hate my life. I'm in.
All right, why? Oh my god! Even when he's not wearing his fucking suit, he's still wearing a dumb shirt. Yeah, I'm gonna piss real quick. I'll be right back, boys.
think I've had offers from every single pill company.
Okay.
Which it's like, okay, but why me?
You turned 36 and you're a guy. And
This
like,
was
wow.
back in my 20s. They
Oh
were,
shit.
You know, they're like, oh, his audience, they're probably none of their.
Jesus.
Yeah, or probably him. You know, and it doesn't. But how do you know? You know what I mean?
You should ask them.
How do they know?
Why are you contacting me?
The algorithm.
Oh,
that's why. That's
well, now
that's,
not
you know,
the algorithm. Now
you know,
it's
bro.
Now
That's,
it's
I wish
AI.
Marianne was here already.
She's on her way.
I don't know anything about her, but I would just love to be like, isn't the real enemy the algorithm? And she would be like, fuck, that is.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
I like when my enemies are like impossible to identify, so I can just rage against the world and not do anything about it.
The algorithm?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that even an enemy? I don't even know what that is. I say it all.
Nobody seems to.
I had like a 30-minute conversation about the algorithm the other day with like 3 people. And then at the end, I'm like, do any of us know what that means?
You know, like in the...
we know, not a single word was said. We just separated.
It's like the man.
Kind of. Yeah, it is like the man. Yeah. Except now the man's a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So controlled by men, though. Like Trump.
So, but Trump's not the algorithm.
Nobody controls it.
Yeah.
So
Do you
we should
think
vote
he
against.
uses computers and stuff? He's such an 80s guy. I imagine that he's got like a Bloomberg terminal, but like not... I don't see him using technology other than like a vending machine.
I feel like for people in that area, it's hard to
He just has a lot of like gold pens.
Yeah, I don't know like how much they actually engage with anything. Like I don't know how much is like an act or like...
Has anyone seen my gold pen? And then he just writes down... Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
No.
That's not even a good Trump impression. I do probably the worst one.
Well, I feel like of all the impressions you could practice, it would be. You've had like 8 years.
Yeah. Well, I've never practiced an impression. It's like sometimes you just like surprise yourself and you do one. Like you're in the car. And for me, it's always been ones that it's like people that I kind of already sound like. Like I had a Tucker Carlson one that went, we have the same voice, I think.
Do you have the same?
He just said, we have a very similar voice. It's not hard for me to... It's just
you have a similar cadence.
Yeah,
too, yeah.
well, no, that's me doing his cadence.
Oh,
but
okay,
I think
okay,
that we
okay,
have the same box.
Maybe, yeah, close enough. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would love to do. You should do his show, dude.
I don't think he would ever have me on,
whatever
but
is like.
I'd love to.
Whatever his like denim sauna is that he has now as a podcast.
What is a denim sauna?
I think that's the name of the show. It's Tucker's Denim Sauna, and he brings people in, and he wears like a denim suit, and they're in a sauna.
Okay.
You know, and he's got a TV behind him, and the sun's.
Are you talking about like the cabin that they're in?
Is that a cabin?
I assumed it was like a cabin.
I thought it was supposed to be the sauna from Challengers.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Another pop culture reference that I don't.
I'm
get.
sorry. Well, yeah.
Oh my god! What is Challengers?
Challengers is a tennis movie that came out last year.
Oh.
That's just sort of, it looks gay, but it isn't.
Is that what you tell everybody?
Well, kind of. Yeah, sort of. And I don't know. It's weird. It's like, it's almost like, I don't know who made
Destiny's annoying as fuck. It's like, brother, like react to a joke how a normal person would. Why is this so weird for you? Do you just give me the Dark Watch PlayStation 2 trailer? It's so random. Let's watch it.
This game is...
Oh, wait. What'd you say? Milani had the Wild West vampire hat like the video game Dark Watch?
Not yet been rated.
Oh, yeah, I see it. What's the gameplay look like, though? That trailer's nuts, but...
Looks like we got ourselves an escort.
fun enough. Probably be a little bit better, a couple maybe on the PS3, but looks fun enough.
Made the movie, but you would think that would get called out for being like not stolen valor, but appropriation.
I think we've moved. I think gay people are like normal enough now that we don't really factor them in anymore.
Yeah, but if anything is like
they definitely do that. Well, I don't know. It's hard to tell. The problem is like everyone made the problem with like gay people and shit. No, wait, how do I say that? The problem with like them trying to be more inclusive with the TV shows and the movies and stuff is like a lot of people made such a fucking annoying stink about it that you can't really tell when it's genuine or not. Like I was watching Carry On, and it's a pretty good movie. It's kind of retarded, but like in a good way. Yeah, it's kind of like super retarded in a good way, and they have I don't want to ruin it for you because it's very good and it's still pretty new, and I think it's in that grace period where you don't ruin movies for people. But there's a gay couple at one point, and it doesn't feel very forced. There's a gay couple at a decent plot point of the movie, and it doesn't feel forced, but now because like they made such a stink about it and everyone like shoehorned it in for so long, now like whenever it happens, you're almost like, oh, did you write that in because you wanted to make sort of like a random person happy about that? No, I haven't downloaded an emulator. My computer kind of sucks ass, so I don't really download anything on here that I don't know if it'll run. Give me all the spoilers, I don't care. Well, everyone, let me know if you guys want to watch Carry On, and I won't spoil it because I hate spoiling for movies. I hate spoiling movies for people. It's a fun thing to watch a movie all fresh.
Feeling from gay, because everything does ultimately.
But
almost the whole culture goes back to Paris is Burning. Specifically, it's pretty crazy.
I don't know much about that, but weren't the gays accused of stealing from like
the sauna from Challenge?
Wait, what? What's Paris is Burning? Oh shit, is it just on YouTube? You guys want to watch Paris is Burning? Oh, what is this?
You have space to do all that.
Movies are done. TV is better. Yes. I don't know if movies are done, but I would rather roll my dice on a TV show. I think overall you get a more fulfilling experience. Spoilers are like expectation dates, unless you're already into it. Steam Deck is the shit. I've heard good things about the Steam Deck. I want to check it out. How was Silo season 2? No spoilers on it, but I got like halfway into it and I was like whatever about it. But if it has a strong ending, like I always say, dude, I remember I was not into it's why it annoyed me when he told me he wouldn't watch Game of Thrones, but I also get why he wouldn't watch Game of Thrones because I'm about to bring up something about Lemaire. But he wouldn't watch Game of Thrones because I don't think he likes like fantasy shit like that. But either way, I remember I watched season 1 of Walking Dead, really liked it. I thought season 2 was really boring, and he's like, dude, just get through the first 9 episodes of season 2 and it's worth it. And I go, that's an insane commitment. He's like, dude, trust me on it. Trust me, daddy. He was like, trust me on it. So I go, fine. And then if you haven't seen Walking Dead, at the end of season 2, there's like this crazy reveal because they're looking for this little girl the whole season. It's the mid-season break of season 2. They're looking for this girl, and then you find out where the little girl is, and it's fucking insane. And so ever since then, if someone can like promise me, you know, some shit is good, I'll stick with it. Okay, so season 2's worth finishing. Fair. Never watched Game of Thrones. Honestly, people act like that last season was bad. It's really just like the last 2 episodes, but it's one of those. It's like how like Lost was really good, and then you realize it was all for nothing. So like Lost is really good, but the shitty ending makes it kind of like pointless from a story standpoint. Now Game of Thrones isn't really that. It just they rushed it, so it was done real shittily. But like story wise, it's fine. There's kind of like some lazy directions they go on those like last 2 episodes, but like story wise it's fine from what I remember. Game of Thrones isn't one where like, oh, you get to the last episode and you're like, you realize you wasted your time. It's a really good show up until like the last 2 or 3 episodes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like restrict myself from like an entire genre. Don't get me wrong. I'm like less partial to fantasy. I'd rather go like sci-fi over fantasy, but I don't know. There's always going to be something that you're like, oh, but that one. It's like how whenever I talk about comedy, you always talk about like there's rules of comedy, but every single fucking rule there is, you're like, but you can also do the like there's also been someone who's done the opposite and it's been great. So I don't know. I also too like I have FOMO a lot of times, so I don't want to find out there was an insanely good series I just kept avoiding because I, you know, don't want to watch fantasy. But I don't even hate fantasy that much. I would just say I'd probably pick sci-fi over fantasy. Miniseries is better than multi-season shows. I mean, it really depends on the show. I will say the miniseries documentary is the move. Dude, give me 3 hour and a half long episodes. This fucking shit where you give me like 10 episodes and they're all like 45 minutes to an hour. No more of that. Do not, especially with, there's no murder story that needs 10 whole episodes. It's just like, you know, even like, it's just too much. My wife would probably beg to differ because she gets super into that shit. I like fantasy for the babes. I agree with that. Sci-fi is more interesting. Yeah, sci-fi usually has a more interesting sort of subtext to it. I'm not into a show about fucking your sister. I have 3. All right. Brag. You got 3 hot fuckable sisters. No, I'm kidding. Miniseries rule. Kind of True Detective proves the point. The Alaska season didn't even finish first ep because it was dumb as fuck. I got 2 episodes into the new True Detective because I was like, let me just give it a chance. Wait, True Detective counts as a miniseries? Is that what you were saying? How many episodes was True Detective? I mean, 8. A miniseries to me is like 3 or 4 episodes. 2 hot sisters, 1 Ogo. 5 to 7 episodes. All right, yeah, I don't know. True Detective felt like a full TV show. See, miniseries to me feels like they throw out a couple short movies. Oh, I see what you're saying. I get your logic now. That's fair. I bet movies turn into miniseries. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
You intend to.
This movie is about the ball circuit, a competition amongst gay people under one roof.
It's like crossing into the looking glass. house, their families. Kids with broken homes or no home at all.
My name is Angie Extravaganza, and I am the mother of the House of Extravaganza.
I'm Willie Ninja, the mother of the House of Ninja.
Ninjas hit hard, they hit fast. We come out to assassinate.
I am Pepper LaBeija, the legendary mother of the House of LaBeija, and I've been around for 2 decades. Reigning, that is.
Some of them say that we're sick, we're crazy, and some of them think that we are the most gorgeous, special things on earth.
They call them competitions. But believe me, they're wars.
I may actually watch this later. Maybe a little bit out of curiosity. No, you know what my thing is with like gay stuff now? Is I'm almost like just past. Like I'm so fucking bored of it at this point. Cause like everything's fucking gay. And it's like, I don't know. It's like the same. I was trying to figure out, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're just like, dude, everything's fucking gay. It's like not. Now, don't get me wrong. These are like 80s gays. You know, when you could fucking get beat up way more, and you didn't just have fucking a shit ton of white people trying to like, you know, treat you like fucking Pokemon and shit. You know what I mean? I don't know. My whole thing too is just like a lot of like gay entertainment. I go, this is like weird shit for girls. It's fucking weird and lame. It sucks ass. Like that's more my thing with like gay shit. You know, I definitely have a special place in my heart for drag queens because they're fun and they're kind of like substantially more entertaining. But so much of that stuff where it's like the underlying implication where you see that when that dude was doing that like dance where he was like doing this, I think they call it like voguing or whatever. You're like, I don't know, dude, you just look like a dumbass. I don't like. It's fun if you're having fun, that's fun. But like, you just look like a dumbass, like fucking voguing and shit. But like, then people like that try to act like they're like highbrow art, and it's like, I don't know. This is all very retarded. What else should I say? Everyone is gay. Yeah. That is a thing that a lot of gay people try to do. Not a lot. What am I saying? But you'll see some people online to be like, you know, actually being gay is normal and being straight is weird. And you're like, well, no. Like, statistically, you're just wrong. Yeah. It just is. I think you guys are the fucking offshoot of our thing. You know what I mean? I think this is the thing most people are doing. And then, but yeah, I don't got no beef with gays. I just don't care. And then they always act like, I don't know. Best miniseries is obviously Generation Kill. You want to complain about the DOD? Watch Generation Kill, 8 episodes for like 60 minutes each. Truly displayed a dumb bureaucracy of military. Oh, I remember hearing about that one. But wait, what was Mullen saying about Paris is Burning?
Challengers.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Another pop culture reference that I don't.
I'm
get.
sorry. Well, yeah.
Oh my god! What is Challengers?
Challengers is a tennis movie that came out last year.
Oh,
that's just sort of it looks.
Are we getting snow? My room's my office is on the side of my house, so it's very dark, so I can't see. A lot of disco and house music is good without the singing.
It's gay, but it isn't.
Is that what you tell everybody?
Well, kind of, yeah, sort of. And I don't know, it's weird. It's like, it's almost like, I don't know who made the movie, but you would think that that would get called out for being like, not stolen valor, but appropriation.
I think we've moved. I think gay people are like normal enough now that we don't really factor them in anymore.
Yeah, but if anything is like stealing from gay, because everything does ultimately.
Yeah, but isn't
almost
the thing
all
like,
culture goes back to Paris is Burning. specifically. It's pretty
I
crazy.
don't know much about that, but weren't the gays accused of stealing from like black culture?
But that's what I mean.
I'm actually fascinated with what he means by that because I just watched the trailer, and the trailer was just about the trailer was about gay subculture in New York. And Mullen's a smart dude, so I'm not gonna impulsively be like, you're probably wrong, but I'm very curious about that now.
It was like black men to
Yeah,
black women to gay men.
right.
To,
But that's the Paris is Burning kind of, you know.
I don't know what the that means.
It's a documentary.
Oh, another
about
pop culture reference.
ball culture in
Gotcha.
New York.
Any other
I'm
movies?
sorry.
or
I'm not
directors
trying
you
to.
wanna
I'm
throw out
not.
there?
I'm
No, it's
literally.
cool.
I'm not trying to be like.
The thing is,
what is Destiny doing? He's just talking, and he's being a cunt for literally no reason. He's like trying to explain something to him, and he's like, I haven't seen that. You're like, okay, well, fucking ask him about it then. You brought him on your podcast.
The film that I watch is like
Have you ever
Japan
read,
in the 1920s.
yeah.
It's black and white. You know,
Yeah.
You can't watch a lot of it anymore because the atomic bombs like contaminated a lot.
I'm
of the
talking about
films.
a
You
movie
got to
that
fly there and watch it.
Teenagers dressing up like ladies, and you sit there like Archie Bunker, and you're like, can you believe this and shit?
Believe this guy?
That's what I do with the movie. But no, I'm not trying to like check you on
Flex your
on
pop culture history
on pop
knowledge.
culture.
No, it's good. It's good.
I am
Yeah, Destiny just got really insecure and made it his problem.
I am a comedian, and that's 90% what the job is you just watch things, and then you nowadays, I mean, you're like, remember this, you know, and people are like, yes, dude, yes,
Hilarious.
right, exactly.
Didn't South Park call those? Are they member berries?
Pretty much, yeah. That's how it works. Yeah, that's what comedy is. What
do you think?
It's a job.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's a living. Remember that from the Flintstones? The bird, laugh.
Oh,
laugh,
yeah,
laugh,
'cause
laugh,
you-
laugh,
you-
laugh. The
oh, shit.
Flintstones bird. We all remember the Flintstones bird. See, that's how it works.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Destiny's really making the fact that he's stupid and doesn't know anything Nick Mullen's problem.
Is this real? What is this?
Is it real? What do you mean? As in,
Is
what,
it a
an
real
illusion?
plant or is it a?
Are you asking if it's like a living, breathing? It's real. It's not. You can see it. It's not. It's not like a 3D.
Dude, he is really like a stupid person. And he just makes it like, I'm not trying to be mean, but like the more I watch of Destiny, he's a fucking dumb guy. You know what he means. You're getting irritated. You brought him on, dickhead. All right, I'm locked in on this. I'm sorry, guys.
Projected image.
Okay. Well, hold on. We could be in the Matrix.
Oh, I remember the Matrix. You
Yeah,
did it again. The
but
reference. Yeah.
We could be in the Matrix.
Okay.
Do you disagree with that?
We could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you better save that energy for Marianne, because I don't think she would be happy to find out
that she's in the Matrix. That I think we could be.
Don't think that it's even a possibility.
Of course, I think it's a possibility.
Well, then how can you tell me with certainty? You know that's not even a question that I'm asking. I'm
What's the
asking
question
I'm asking if it's a real plan. You know I'm asking that.
I don't. You showed up in a Alaskan Inuit hat and
that. Yeah, because I have intention.
Okay. I've watched. We established this before. I like to hate watch. I just do. It is what it is. We literally watched a clip from Hate Watch. So, and I think it's just, you know what it is to me? I get obsessed with, I go, why do you suck so much ass? And so I inadvertently watch a lot of shit that makes me angry. It's also, sorry, Big Red, this video might be used as evidence. I mean, that's fine. That's just evidence on you, dude. Just don't commit a crime. Just don't kill gay liberal guys named Destiny. And then it won't be evidence. But yeah, man, I get down rabbit holes of just like a fucking, I don't know. I think I just get fascinated because it's like I get fascinated with these people because I'm just like, why are you like this? Why do you suck so much ass?
Okay. Well,
but no, he's like legitimately stupid. Like he's legitimately being stupid. Like Nick Mullen goes, that's what I was asking. And he goes, I don't know. And you're like, the funny part too is he's not clever. He's not clever to like, he's trying to reroute the conversation. And then he says something about his hat. And it's just like that. What? Huh?
If it's a real plan, I'm asking that.
I don't. You showed up in Alaskan Inuit hat and
that. Yeah, because I have intention.
Okay. Well, maybe the intention is to ask me. No, what happened is you would say, "Is this real?" And I would say, "No, it's fake." And you go, "Really?"
Because I put these clothes on 6 weeks ago, and I haven't changed them because I said these are the clothes that I want to wear, right? Because I have a.
As soon as we reached out to invite you 6 weeks ago, you're like, "This is the outfit."
These are I said I'm going to put it on. I have a funny story to tell. I don't even know if you'll like it.
Okay,
It probably
I'm sure I
won't be
will.
a funny story, but I mentioned it recently. There was a comic in DC named Jake Young, who was a very funny guy, but he was part of this like nerd comedy thing. He was a nerd. He was like a big fat guy, like comic books and movie stuff. Funny comic, But he got an opportunity to open for Brian Posehn. You probably don't know who that is. He's Patton Oswalt's like Ernie to Patton's Bert.
Okay, gotcha.
So he's like this big guy. They had a thing together called the Comedians of Comedy, and Jake, this was a big opportunity for Jake to open for Brian Posehn, and he knew that Brian Posehn liked smoking weed, and Jake didn't smoke weed. So he went to our friend Jordan, and he was like, this was like a month before the show. He's like, can you roll me a joint so that when I'm in the green room with Brian Posehn, I can be like, oh, you don't happen to want to smoke a joint, do you? And pull out a joint. And so Jordan's like, yeah, sure. And like Jake was like, really? And he's like, yeah, of course. And he's like, great. And then Jordan's like, well, you meant like right now? And he's like, well, yeah. And then I would just hold on to it. So he had Jordan roll him a joint a month in advance, right? The Brian Posehn joint. And he held on to the joint. And he held on to it for like 3 weeks. And then one night, Jordan and Jake, they went to go see Wall-E, right? And Jordan tells him, he's like, Jake, so you plan to just hand him a joint and then not smoke it yourself? Like that would be weird. He's like, you should smoke weed. And then so Jake's like, oh, God damn, you're right. I didn't even think about that. So he like pops his cherry and he smokes the Brian Posehn joint at Wall-E, which you know what Wall-E is, right?
Yeah, the Pixar movie.
Okay, right. Yeah.
With the robot. Yeah,
right.
I got that one. Don't worry.
And then he had to run out of the theater because he thought the people next to them were texting the police that he was high. And he was 28 at the time.
It was the first time he'd ever smoked or something?
Yeah, it was the first time, but he smoked his special Brian Posehn joint. And I guess that relates to you mentioning that I picked out my outfit 6 weeks before.
Jesus.
Yeah.
What a relational story. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's charming.
Did he ruin his like reputation?
I think it's sweet.
Dude, why is he such a dick? This is the thing I don't get about. Okay, the numbers changing down here keeps bugging the shit out of me. This is the thing I don't get about. Why is he like? He asked Nick Mullen to do his podcast, correct? That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming he asked Nick Mullen to do his podcast. And then he's like Nick's just trying to like be a part of it, and Destiny is, no matter what he said, he's being visibly annoyed by it. It's like, all right, dude, don't ask him to come on then. It's a fucking podcast, dude. This guy, dude.
Did they end up getting along afterwards, or was
I don't even remember what happened. I just remember thinking it was so funny that he had to leave Wall-E because he thought people were texting the police that he was high. I mean, that's pretty funny to me.
Do you smoke a lot of weed?
I don't. Yeah, no, I don't really do anything anymore. A lot of
playing
green
the Control on the Switch or PlayStation or whatever, huh?
Yes, that. Yeah, I play games. I read. I watch movies. I ride the exercise bike. That's been a big thing. That's part of the waking up early. Is I've been trying to. You have an Apple Watch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you get you probably. I would be shocked. I don't even want to know this information because it would upset me. But does it tell you your cardio fitness is low?
That's personal health information. I don't release that. I'll tell you off.
Okay, well, my watch is like, you're dying. Like, it just tells me that all the time. So I'm trying to
get your cardio up.
Yeah, right. So I go for walks and I try to, get my heart rate down and my pace up and stuff. And yeah, which I've never really done before. I thought about the other day. I'm like, because I've never gone for a run. I don't think once in my life, ever. Maybe once or twice,
Just the exercise bike.
The exercise.
I gotta see what the comments are. Destiny goon too close to the sun, as it was foretold. All this drama is my fault. I prayed for some content to take my mind off the inauguration. I'm so sorry. trying to claim his last paycheck before the kid. Wait, what happened to that? Wait, did something happen to Destiny? Straight edge motherfuckers piss me off. I don't get annoyed by straight edge people. I mean, we talked about it a bunch on the last Drag the Lake, or one of the last Drag the Lakes. Their existence doesn't annoy me. It's the ones that, like, making your personality not getting fucked up is weird. What is this? On November 29th, the streamer Destiny non-consensually shared my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. I will be suing him in federal court. Okay. Okay. Is this it? Oh, okay. Okay, so he's getting for showing someone some nudes. It's not like, not good, but all right. Interesting.
His bike is new, but it was like, maybe I should start running, you know? And I think I just approached it the wrong way because I'm an idiot, right? So, like, anytime I've...
Making your personality not getting fucked up, not being fucked up is weird. Andy's not getting back on. What? Doesn't Lewis smoke weed all the time? No, Lewis doesn't make his personality that. He just, whenever he's like not smoking weed, he just won't stop bringing it up. Yeah, I don't judge. I don't get annoyed by straight edge people. I go, how? LOS needs a full team panty raid. 1000%. Oh, is Lewis sober now? Like, for real? No shit. I haven't listened. I used to listen to his shit back in the day, but I haven't listened to his shit. And I'll pop in on Skanks every once in a while, but I haven't listened to Lewis's shit in a really long time. Oh, okay. So he hasn't shut up about it. Gotcha. But I'm more saying like straight edge. Well, yeah, I guess it's similar. Yeah. All right. Well, fair enough. I mean, Lewis rules, but just like I hate when people go on like fitness journeys. Like just just fucking, and it's like, after the fucking third or fourth one you do, you're like, oh, you're just doing this for the clicks and stuff. You're just doing it for like, oh, this is the way everyone will start talking about you and stuff. You know what I mean? You're like, just be a guy who goes to the gym and works out, and everyone has to like overanalyze what they're getting fucked up on this month, or how they're not drinking, or how, you're like, just if you're drinking too, you know what I mean? Like if you're drinking too much, drink a little bit less and don't tell anyone about it. Okay. So he hasn't gotten fucked up since Thanksgiving. That's interesting.
The one or two times I've tried to run, I'm like, you go outside and you run as fast as possible until you're out of breath, and then you take a cab home. And it's like, that's not the way.
That's like impressive to fuck up running.
Yeah.
I feel like we've been doing it for like hundreds of thousands of years.
Well, yeah, I thought in my mind, the way you get better at like any type of cardio is
by taking a cab at the end of it.
Well, you go as hard as you can, and then the next time, but then you're just going to exhaust yourself, which obviously is probably intuitive to a lot of people. But yeah, you can start running by just going slow as shit.
Yeah,
yeah.
For sure. Are you going to do any more stand-up?
I probably have to. I mean, that's,
Jeez, that's kind of depressing.
That pays a bill. Well, I don't have anything written. I just at the end of the year, I kind of wrap up the hour, and so I got to like write a new hour before I can go back out on the road. Because I don't want to hit markets and like, go back to a town and then have people see the same shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have an hour right now that you currently perform?
No, I'm done. I toured all last year on like basically the same group of ideas. So I got to figure something else out, which would require. That's the other problem is like stand up's only at night. I told my agents, if you can figure out how to put together, I don't care if I made like 12 grand a year doing it. But if you could put together a tour where all the shows
Or like 2 p.m.
10:30 in the morning, get people, I'll do fucking AA meetings. I don't care. But like get it out of the way in the beginning of the day. That would be a dream come true.
Do you have like a...
I don't know about 10:30, but like legitimately waiting all day to do your show sometimes sucks ass. Because you just kind of like think about it all day.
dream venue you want to do stand-up in?
That
you haven't been able to?
No, I mean...
I only harp about daily exercise and healthy animal diet. And dude, Destiny's energy is like, he seems annoyed. It's fucking driving me insane. I only harp about daily exercise and healthy animal diet and daily tanning because I get labeled as supremacist by the China. That's so funny.
Comedy clubs, they kind of figured out the formula for what makes a good comedy club in the 1980s. Like, the best clubs are, and every comic says this, it's like, oh, you know, smaller, more intimate stuff, but like Side Splitters in Tampa, that club's like perfect. That's it. It's just Side Splitters, I'd say. No, the Hyenas in Fort Worth, that's a great club.
Are these all places you performed in before?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah.
When you're writing like a new hour's worth...
No, he knows about them and he's just never been there.
The material. I'm curious, as your life slows down, not to say that that's what's happened to you, do you find it hard to like talk about stuff more, or...
No, because it's really, it's like, I mean, and then maybe I could just be lazy, but it's like really the more you do stand up, the less it's like a discrete process of writing and performing. You have to learn how to like kind of synthesize the two. So writing a new hour is just going up on stage and bombing over and not having anything to say until there's like one thing here. And then you kind of just like piece it together. And then after like a weekend or two, you have generally an hour that you can say, you know, and then you figure out how to make it funnier as like the year goes on.
Is it just you, or do you ever get like feedback from comic friends, or
no? That kind of stuff is all like, you know, you do that when you're like younger, I'd say, but I don't know any like, you know, like comics that have been doing it 15, 20 years that like sit down and write with friends or get feedback from friends or any of that stuff. Maybe, I don't think anybody does that.
Besides the stand-up stuff, are you doing anything besides the production stuff on the Adam Friedland show, or?
No, and that's the other thing. I mean, I'm at sort of a crossroads, I guess, in my career. I got to figure out what's next, and then I don't really have anything to offer people outside of that. Like, I would love to get in on whatever this is, where the Democrats are like,
you're in on it right now.
I know, but if the Democrats were coming to me and they're like, you have to tell us about this game Control and the Brian Posehn joint, I would be like, maybe we'll see.
You have to balance it out with all your other big media connections.
I will be needing some. $1,000, please, you know, or whatever Marianne Williamson is paying you. Whatever you're being paid for by notorious Zionist Marianne Williamson.
Yeah, George Soros, I think, covers most of this. But
does anybody know that guy? Does he have any friends? Is it like, is he getting calls in the middle of the day from like Bert, his best friend? He's like, can you see what these motherfuckers are saying about you? And he's like, just forget about it, Bert. Who gives a shit?
I really don't know.
Who is George Soros?
That's
Who
a good
fuck
question.
is that?
And it's very frustrating too, because like people talk about, you know,
It's
Elon,
just some
like the new Soros, like where the fuck is this?
But you see him on all the fucking time. We all intimately know how much this guy sucks or doesn't, whatever your opinion of him is, right?
Yeah.
I know nothing about George Soros.
I feel like he went to like the World Economic Forum.
How much I hear his name, I should know what his penis looks like at this point.
At least.
How often I've heard the name George Soros. Who is he? I know he made one deal. He bet against the British pound or the sterling or something like that, right? That's where he made all his money.
I don't know.
One big gamble. That's it. That's the only thing.
No clue. I just know I don't see any of his shit anymore, which is very frustrating. We need a George Soros.
But what is his shit? That's what I mean. What is his shit?
I think it's like philanthropy and like worldwide shit.
Do they fight? Where am I at? 33. Do they fight?
Oh, here's a question.
Yeah.
Okay. There are two worlds. In one, you make twice the money, but they're
in post now. But
okay.
He wrote some article that was like, oh,
you think there could be like a creative project where like I would love to skate, But because of your current life, that would just never be something that would come up. Like you ever search for stuff like that?
I do stuff like that. Like, I mean, you know.
Interesting. I thought they were like fighting. Not that I'm like, I need it, but I thought they were going to fight. Let me, wait, I think I backed it up too far.
Or the Sterling or something like that, right? That's where he made all his money.
I don't know.
One big gamble. That's it. That's the only thing.
Clue. I just know I don't.
All right, let me crush a piss real quick. Oh, man. Pepe Orsini? What's that? Oh, man. All right, I'm going to watch this later.
In so much pain this week. Today. Today we had the launch of Melania token. It's barely been 24 hours since Trump launched.
All right, this guy sucks ass. What?
Watch out, excuse me.
The government raises interest rates twice in one day to 15% in its all-out battle to prop up sterling. But after a frantic day's trading, the pound plunges again.
Today has been an extremely difficult and turbulent day.
George Soros made $1 billion almost overnight.
This is the infamous Black Wednesday of 1992. Losing 3.5 billions, the Bank of England is in defeat at the hands of George Soros.
What's it like to have a lot of money?
It gives you a degree of freedom. And it also gives you a degree of power.
We all need to wake up to who George Soros is and how big his organization is.
A major takedown of George Soros is in process.
George Soros is one of the richest men in the world.
He would be blamed for the financial collapses in Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia.
Actually, let me I did want to look at the one article. Trump was doing a bunch of... Here we go. Trump issues sweeping pardons and commutations for Jan 6 rioters. President Donald Trump issued a sweeping series of pardons for defendants charged in the Jan 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, commuting the sentence of 14 individuals and offering a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to the events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol January 6, 2021. So this is January 6th. These are the hostages, approximately 50. Jesus. 1,500. 14 individuals that Trump identified that he was commuting sentences for. Those convicted of otherwise charged with engaging in this separate... Damn. So there's been people in jail for fucking, what would it be, 3 years now? For fucking January 6th? That's crazy. Still in jail. Leader of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers have swore the lawful transfer of power on... It's so funny. They always say, like, to thwart the lawful transfer of power on January 6, 2021. They're among the more grave and high-profile charges brought in connection with January 6. Former Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, who was sentenced to 22 years in prison after his conviction of seditious conspiracy, was being processed for release from his cell in Louisiana following Trump's executive action, his lawyer told ABC News Monday evening. Tarrio was noticeably sentenced to the longest term of imprisonment among all of the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection with the attack. 22 years to fight. It's so funny. Outside the central detention facility in Washington, crowds of supporters of those inside sang the national anthem with rioters over the phone. One person could be heard saying, "Thank you, President Trump. We're getting out tonight." Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is among the lawmakers who were rushed from the House and Senate chamber. Rioters breached the Capitol, called Trump's order shameful. The president's actions are... Who else did he pardon, though? Is it just Jan Sixers? I wonder if he pardoned Ross Ulbricht. On day one. So what gives? Sorry. It's very sad if he doesn't. Yeah, he's got to pardon Ross. What was the thing I was seeing on my Twitter? What is this? God damn it. Oh, yeah, I saw this on my Twitter. That's why I was thinking about the Trump pardons. Is this him at the LP convention? Yeah.
And I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time.
Yeah. That'll be crazy. Ross Ulbricht, if you don't know him, dude who found the Silk Road. That'll be crazy. Trump promised a free Silk Road, creator Ross Ulbricht on day one, so what gives? Pledged and prepared to commute. Ross Ulbricht's sentence was noticeably absent on the first day of Trump's second presidential term. Ross Ulbricht has yet to receive commutation for his prison sentence from President Donald Trump, dashing hopes from advocates in the immediate term to set the notorious figure free. After spending a session in the Oval Office signing executive orders, President Trump now heads to the Commander-in-Chief Ball and the Liberty Ball to celebrate. It is unclear whether Trump intends to pardon or commute Ulbricht's sentence in the... Yeah. I hope he does. It would just be... It would be a huge fucking bummer. It would be a huge fucking bummer because it would just be like, dude, it won't... This new fucking thing on here is so annoying. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't know if there's anything new about it. Yeah, I hope he does. It would be fucking nuts if he didn't. Be fucking insane if he didn't. Oh, man. What do we got going on over here? 1 minute. 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 1 1954 United States Capitol shooting. God damn it. I'm sorry. I can't read anymore. I'm actually getting fucking tired. I'm sorry, boys. I will be back. I gotta bounce. I'm so fucking tired. I apologize, gentlemen. I'm not like tired, but I just can't. I feel bad because I just don't have the energy to like stream properly. I mean, we're also going for 4 hours, but I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow the weather's gonna be crazy. We're gonna try to record panties, but if we can't, we can't. So yeah, either I'm gonna get a long, or either you're gonna get a long or a very long stream from me tomorrow. So yeah, I will be back. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. 1954 summary: pack of Puerto Ricans shot 5 congressmen with a pistol. Well, thank you. All right.